The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Ooh, what's going on?
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries.
Is that a crackle?
Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel.
CPU is peaking.
Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
I'm not sure how it sounds on your end. Could be my headset, of course. There's always something going on. Damn it. Yeah. See, I've been mucking around with lots of installs. But you just don't know if it's going to cause problems. Are you getting clicking sounds on Google? I'm not sure if it's just my mic. Let's see. Things are right at the moment. I think something's changed for the worse. Definitely need a faster computer, then it won't be a problem. Anyway, I need to put my Christmas decorations. Philip Blair. Hey, what a nice surprise. I was just... let me just get this sorted out here. Let's see, I was just... what? Something about watching that made me want to pull my hair out. Are you watching something? Something you didn't like on TV or on YouTube? Yes, I hear the clicking. Yes, I think more of my CPU is being used for something. Yeah, I don't know. Could be to do with Jitsi. Yeah, something's changed anyway. It's always someone trying to sabotage me anyway. Yeah, it's all working. Let's see, I'll put up some side chat comments here. I'm not sure what happened to Gabba. I thought he was going to join me. I bet he's been up all night, and that guy never sleeps. Yeah, how come that didn't work? I'm pasting. Oh no, it's only now showing up. There's really weird stuff going on. Alright. Could be something that got updated that's got worse. So I'll just pin that comment. Yeah, I was running a wee bit late today, wasn't I? But yeah, all these little glitches, there's no wonder. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Okay, weren't you on The Voice, Gabba? You did actually wake up. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on today. It's like the CPU's using more than it should be. and the fan noise is louder than it normally is, which means the CPU is being used quite a bit. Let's see if I can bring up on the screen. You can see it's getting up there. So yeah, definitely need more cores on this. 6 cores is just not enough, especially for what I do on the shows, right? Definitely a desktop PC has 32 cores, but laptop they're still cut behind the desktop still. Although there are laptops that are like cut down desktops, which I kind of like that idea. Because if you're going to run it off power for gaming all the time, it's portable and you don't have to mess around carrying a little desktop and a screen around, right? Laptop is more robust also with the hard drives in it. But I guess solid state changes all that now too as well. It's all changing all the time. So yeah, Christmas decorations, here we go. Let's see if they work. And yeah, I forgot to open up the folder for it. Here we go. I'll drag it across. It's definitely a lot slower. So I'm not sure Jitsy's going to work or not until Gabba gets on there. It'll be interesting. See how well it goes. So, Christmas decorations. That one. It's quite a good one. Got sprinkly lights and a Christmas tree. Why does it not come up? The laser Christmas tree. Stuck on the wrong screen. Yeah, I forgot about that bug. Here it comes. Where should I stick it? Over the pig. There you go. No one donates anyway. So we got some decorations there. And I need to put Santa hat on the alien. I'll just stick it in there. Okay, where's my hats? Good question. Avatars, there we go. I'll be in there. Haven't used this for a while. You can see I clicked on that, it took ages to come up. Santa Facebook. Hello, hello. Still working alright?
Christmas.
Yeah.
And again, you dropped out.
The CPU is cluggy for some reason. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, your voice is probably dropping out.
Is my voice dropping out?
Did for a second.
How come the hat's bigger? That doesn't make any sense. Let me just measure that.
That might be Jitsi.
Did I scale down the head or something? Used to fit better than that. Ah, right, I used the pinky. My pinky alien. That's right. That was the new modernized one. It's slightly smaller. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We can do that. Actually, it puts the thing up too high. Santa is coming to town, or alien Santa. There we go. Just not enough screen space. I need like double the pixels, but then I wouldn't be able to read the writing, so I'd have to scale up all the writing. Yeah, so it's oversized. Santa has got a big ego, this Mr. Grey. Yeah, that's Gabba. He's stuck on the old habit, aren't you? You can hear a vape pen.
What?
You had a vape pen you're sucking in. I heard it too.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
No, this is the vape pen. No, this is the vape pen.
Yeah, that's what we heard. That's what we heard. Okay. Stop laying. Else you might be a Dr. Greer or a Michael Seller or
I'm
Corey
Dr.
Good.
Sala's nephew. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. So the Christmas decorations, I actually did put a reminder there. Add Christmas decorations, because I forgot to do it last time. I should have put that last time too. So where do we begin? This is funny, but I have to find that post actually. Apparently Ben Hansen's been caught out big time.
I don't like him. He doesn't use red arrows. He doesn't use red arrows or red circles.
Yeah, he's pretty hopeless.
He's amateur.
He doesn't even use a mouse point or a big one. Doesn't even scale up the mouse point and use that. Yeah, let's have a look. See if we can see the post. We'll have a look at his post first. And we'll see if you think what it's before we talk about it. So, where's the side thing gone? Oh, that's right. I'm not logged in, am I? Am I? I am logged in. Side things disappeared. McQuest. No, not McQuest. Ben Hansen. What's his name? Can we find him? Let's see.
Trying to find a Christmas
he hasn't
alien
got a
picture.
He hasn't got a tick next to it. He hasn't been verified. I suppose since... oh, actually, we've got another Ben Hansen. Which one is it? Ben Hansen... QQ and Ben Hansen with a tick. Is the one we're after. The real Ben Hansen step forward. Doesn't look like him. This is weird. You think you'd have Ben Hansen UFO man or something? Is that the real count? Let's have a look. UFO witness. He's done another analysis, which is a bunch of bullshit. He's here we go. Breaking now. Okay, let's have a laugh at this one. Breaking now. Multiple witnesses report an orb-like UAPS in formation over rural Wisconsin, with exceptional videos captured at locations miles apart. Fire, police, and airport authorities assisted as the residents asked for help. As far as him, he should delete this post because it's a total embarrassment. But we don't know. We just don't know if he's another shill that's trying to get on TV and all that and promote his own shows, or what's going on here. But let's have a look at this. Alright, so when I first saw it, and that's just one of them, one of the videos apparently. Why isn't he not playing the other one? The other one's more obvious what it is. Okay, so it looks like it's off the clouds there, doesn't it? Let's just have a close look at it. So what do you reckon? It looks like some light that's beaming up to the clouds, doesn't it? Rather than actual UFOs.
It looks like light. They look like lights hitting the sky.
Yep. Exactly. They look like spotlights, don't they? And that's not the best video. So this guy's an embarrassment to ufology as far as I'm concerned. Is he still talking about it down here?
That's terrible orb video. They look like lights beaming from like a spotlight.
You nailed it, mate. You nailed it. And
like there's no distinct shape. There's not a solid orb light. It's just like a light reflecting off the cloud.
Well, Mick West looked at it and also thought the same as us, that was spotlights off the cloud. And look, he's put a thank you message to Mick West for solving it. Because this guy obviously didn't do any research, right? Or has no clue what he's looking at. This is a problem with these big name people. They look at a video and they get fooled by weather balloons, lights in the sky, being LED balloons, whatever. It doesn't matter. Or Starlink satellites, right? Thanks to Nick West for looking into this. Forgot to mention in the video that we spoke to the Flounders family last Friday. Apparently it's someone's Christmas display. Here you go. Christmas display, shooting off beams of lights in the sky in different angles and things.
Just looking at it, you could tell it was lights. Look, there's the lights beaming from the sky.
Well, straight away, it's Christmas time. You know, people in America are crazy over, especially Christians are crazy over Xmas time. And they have these great big huge light displays that lights up the city basically from space. You can see this one here, beep, 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 but we need to see the one where it shoots it off with 4 together. But maybe we can't see it on the angle. So let's have a look at what Nick West did. He put out a video on it. Here we go.
Who the hell put spotlights on their house? What's wrong with these people?
Same as people put cameras looking into the sky. What's wrong with us?
What do you mean, what's wrong with us?
So we saw this one, but we didn't see this one.
Were promoted by Ben Hansen and the Daily Mail as maybe being some kind of UFO.
I think the
thought there was
CPU's maxed out.
So, using the video and the rough locations given by Ben, I figured out one good line of sight and another approximate one. They converged.
Yeah, the CPU is 100% here. Hang on. I wonder what else I can do here. I wonder what's causing it. That's very strange. Could be something to do with my web server. Maybe it's gone wrong since I've been upgrading and stuff. Yeah, I can't see anything else I can shut down here. Just to speed it up a wee bit. I'll just close down that. Yeah, I'll get there in a minute. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we'll just carry on. So, if we have a look at the lights, straight away on the opening, I saw
videos of lights in the sky were
like
promoted by Ben Hansen.
This is
Daily
trying to
Mail
get it
being
paused.
some kind of UFO. I thought the spotlights. So,
Look at
using
this.
the video and the rough locations given by Ben, I figured out one good line of sight and another approximate one. They converged near Belgium, Wisconsin. So I emailed the local Chamber of Commerce. They got back to me in minutes saying that there was a light show on County Road B near the Holy Cross Church that had just added some spotlights. This seemed likely, as it was very near where the lines of sight met. So I did a little Googling and found the Flanders Family Christmas Light Show. I messaged them to see if they had moving spotlights, and yes, they did. They even sent video. Their spotlights are on the roofline, and they tilt down towards the location of one of the video, so it's pretty much a perfect
there
match.
you go.
So, case solved. Not UFOs, just some spotlights.
Yeah, CPU is just crazy, man. Let me just close down that and reopen it again. Let's see if that drops back. Sort of giving us must be Jitsi doing it. Not really. Still peaking a bit. Let me just see. I just start it up again. What's Windows or something done? if I don't solve this, it's going to be really, really bad. Okay, but yeah, I haven't had a chance because this little glitch we got going today. What else we got? That might be causing a problem. Anyway, let's just go back. Seems alright there. I'll go back to play the video again. See if it
Sky
glitches.
were promoted by Ben Hansen and the Daily Mail as maybe being some kind of UFO. I
Still
thought there were
glitching, innit?
spotlights, so using the video and the rough locations given by Ben, I figured out one good line of sight and another approximate one. They converged near Belgium with Wisconsin. So I emailed the local Chamber of Commerce. They got back to me in minutes saying that there was a light show on County Road B near the Holy Cross Church that had just added some lights. This seemed likely, as it was very near where the lines of sight met. So I did a little Googling and found the Flanders Family Christmas Light Show. I messaged them to see if they had moving spotlights,
The
and yes, they
Flanders.
did. They even sent me a
The
video.
Flanders family.
Their spotlights are on the roofline, and they tilt down towards the location of one of the videos. So it's pretty much
It's
a perfect
Flanders.
match. So, case solved. Not UFOs, just some spotlights. A fun little investigation. But the real...
Anyway, yeah, it's the best we're going to get it today until I can figure out what's happening with the CPU.
It's amazing how people can't differentiate the difference between an object in the sky and a light hitting a cloud.
Hmm.
It's like people never seen a spotlight hit a cloud before.
Let's see if that solves it. Any better? Yeah, let me just post that on the side anyway. Yeah, we saw it as lights on the cloud. It was so fairly obvious. It looked like spotlights on like a casino or something. But yeah, Christmas time makes sense that people got spotlights.
Like, even if you're there and you see it, the first thing you see this light in the cloud, and like you think, is that a UFO? And then if you look at it for like just 1 second longer, you can tell it's a spotlight hitting a cloud.
Yep,
But
and of course
can't
Ben
think for
Hansen could
themselves.
have easily have emailed the same people and got a response back saying no, it was...
Why? He wouldn't get any views for his video. Why would
well,
he do
apparently he's all over the place. He went into Daily Mail. Let's see, what was the title again? We'll just see if the CPU just hangs in there. Flanders.
that? I think your audio's clipping because of the CPU.
CPU is maxed out, man. I don't know why, but something's sucking it.
Turn off some apps you're not using in your taskbar.
I have, but I don't normally have to do that.
Overclock your CPU.
It's already maxed out. That's why I need a new system. Like I said, it's been getting gradually worse and worse.
It's a laptop, isn't it? I wouldn't overclock a laptop. You're gonna burn the CPU out. There's no cooling.
It doesn't work anyway. I tried the overclock in business and it always turns it back down again. It's this
Because it gets hot. You need a CPU cooler.
No, that's with the fan at full ball and the temperature is normal. UFOs. Let's see what comes up.
You probably got just one of those chips that don't overclock.
Something's changed in the system that is resource hungry, and it could be the browser, because Google's been doing a lot of crazy shit lately, and I've noticed Chrome is more hungry for CPU. Yeah, I just don't know what's wrong with it. Top stories. Christmas lights might explain UFOs. Really? Christmas lights are likely source of multiple UFO reports. Here we go. So which one is he on? Possible sighting in Wisconsin resident share 3 days ago. So, yeah, it's all over the place here, isn't it? Mysterious lights, all these newspapers that come up in the search engine. New York Post even, look.
They got to make money too. They got to make money.
Yeah, New York Post there. I'm not just...
You don't think a newspaper's going to stretch a story a little bit to make a good story, to make some ad money?
Glowing white
Newspapers
lights.
Newspapers are known for speculating and creating stories out of nothing. That's what newspapers' job is. They do. That's why newspapers they're an entertainment. They're not a source of information. They're an entertainment.
That CPU's not
Hey
much
Wheels,
better.
Merry Christmas, Wheels. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, Paul thinks these orbs are like UFOs. I'm trying to tell him they're Christmas lights. He won't believe me. I don't know what to say, Wheels.
What's changed? Something's changed. I wonder if it's some plug-in.
You've done something to it. You've done something to it.
Something's changed and something is not right. It's alright as long as I don't do anything. Like scroll or something. I was trying to sort of settle down now. Let's see, does Ben Hansen get mentioned in this? But you think he'd remove that post because he's got it pinned, right? He should pin the outcome rather than... Here we go, former FBI agent. So I haven't got any respect for FBI agents at all, especially over all the Biden and Hunter cover-up they're doing, and that guy on Third Phase of the Moon, which I'm going to talk about that latest 411 movie too after this. Former FBI agent Ben Hansen. Far as I know, if these FBI agents can't research for shit and analyze stuff, is what I'm seeing. That one on Third Phase clearly has no clue what he's talking about. He can't even research that he's with the biggest fraud hoax channel on the web. And now you got Ben Hansen that can't even do a simple phone call to the city council saying, "Oh, did anyone solve that mystery?" Who hosts the UFO Witness Show? Says he's trying to promote his own show. I told you it's all about money. On Discovery, the investigator, the video with Daily Mail said that it was difficult to explain the flashes as searchlights because there was no evidence of advertising spotlights permitted. Christmas time, you dickheads. Yeah, where's the common sense out there? This is obviously they're lying through their teeth just to try and promote their next UFO show to make money off it. It makes me sick. I tell you, I don't know why I bother. See, even that's been happening lately. The scroll up, beep, beep, beep. Everything about this computer is shite. Anyway, if you want to join Ben Hansen and call him a shill, go ahead. I'll post it down the side. What a shill investigator, I tell you. You know, I used to have some respect for the guy, but more and more I've looked into the cases that he's promoting. I know they're all fake. You know, the biggest one being that stupid, what's his name? The guy that got abducted. What's his damn name? Watson. What's his damn name? What's his damn name? What's the guy that got hit by a beam of light? Travis Walton. There we go. Since he promoted him and said he's legit, clearly the guy's not legit. I've always been suspect of that case from the start when I heard about aliens attacking. Because all the other people don't get attacked like that. They get sort of paralyzed and then lifted off through the roof or whatever. You know, they don't get hit by a beam of light and lifted up. That's just absolutely nonsense. Even Betty and Barney Hill didn't have that. They sort of got into a psychosis mindset and couldn't do anything, right? And they were just told to walk inside the craft. They didn't have to fight each other. So that story just didn't make any deal with it. So the other shill, the biggest shill on the web, Secureteam, has also put out some garbage promoting this 411 movie. Yeah, I won't be surprised if he has him on interviewed again. There we go, look. The real truth. He wouldn't know what real truth was. He's never spoken the real truth, and he hasn't even apologized for faking stuff. Real truth about our national parks, which is some people, right? We know it's just a lot of bollocks.
You're clipping.
I'm clipping. I sound alright here.
You're clipping in Jitsi. Let me listen to the stream while you're talking.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any clips now, but I haven't got the monitor on. Let me just have a look. Alright, yeah, it's sort of clipping. Restart. How's that sounding? Any better?
Yeah, you're clipping on stream too.
Yeah, the CPU is getting up there, but it's depends what I'm doing on the screen. There's not much I can do about it.
It's like every 30 seconds it goes.
I think it's when I use the Zoom because it uses a wee bit more CPU. Is it clicking? Is it clicking now?
Yep. When your mouse went down to there, down to the screen, it went click.
Yeah, it's not much I can do about that. But anyway, let's see what happens with the CPU now. Is it clicking now? Yeah, I think it is.
It is.
City native Bill Thorpe was last seen in...
I don't know. Something's changed, hasn't it? Let's see, can we maybe, what's the settings turned on for the GPU on this? Because normally the GPU makes a real mess of things. Where's it all gone to? Alright, they've got it on this, and they. What's all this shit? Bookmarks. Where's the list that comes down the side disappear to?
Oh god, I hate that list. I couldn't get rid of the list.
That's not it. I was after options. Oh, it's a pain in the ass that things go wrong. Let's come up with the same thing. Where's all the advanced settings disappeared to in this? Getting started profile. Start up. I think there's meant to be something down the side, isn't there? Oh, there you go. Scale up the font, so it goes wrong. Stupid. It's really stupid, some of this stuff. People don't test it out in different DPIs and stuff. Who would have thought? So normally I have the hardware acceleration off because it screws up, but we'll just turn it on, see if it's now fixed. I just want to have some update happen to the GPU settings, and now it's all screwed up. So yeah, we'll just do I have to restart it? Relaunch? Yeah, it does. Look, relaunch. Now it's going to go wrong even more probably. I'm going to have to get a proper laptop because the MSI is just a lot of crap. It really is. It looks like it's turned on here. Did you hear any clicking though?
It says continue clipping.
Continuing clipping.
Every 5-10 seconds. Clip, clip, clip.
Every 5 or 10 seconds. Yeah. Probably going to go wrong now. Let's have a look. I'm clicking it. Is it still clicking? Not as bad. I'm lost what I can do. The problem with old laptop. GU didn't do stuff through. Probably made it worse. Probably. Let's see.
When I listen to the stream, it's just like you can't even hear your voice. It's just audio's clipping so
shouldn't
much.
be using much CPU at all, though. Let's just get rid of that Christmas tree going.
Like you can't even hear what you're saying. It's clipping so bad.
Christmas tree didn't change it at all. Stupid. It really is. What else can we do? Is it worse? People saying it's worse.
It's clipping so bad you couldn't hear you talking or the video. The audio is just clipping, like the sound like totally dropping out with a clicking noise. Let me try watch another video. Let me try watch another video to see if there's any difference. Let's try Brucey's. Or I love Bruce. He's funny. Bruce is in so many rabbit holes. It's hilarious.
Let me just check something here.
Oh, Bruce is on live. He's on live now.
Is he?
No, he's not clipping at all. It's all you.
Could have
Bruce is all ain't clipping.
Google's done something, or
I can barely hear what you're saying. You're clipping so much.
I think the mixer's screwed up again, maybe. Has it solved again? Is it still clipping?
See, it clips every 10 seconds, 20 seconds, sometimes every 5 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't have this problem before. Something's changed, and it's sucking the CPU. Let's see. Monitor on. How about now? Is that better?
Maybe.
Probably. Can't hear any clicking. Where's that thing? Let's just see what that's doing. So what's it reckon? I think it might be better. So just get rid of a few things here. Is that better?
I think so.
Something's happened. Let's just start up the alien again. And we've got a few more CPU attempts. Alien started. Has it gone clicky again? Could be some library that's changed. Let me just check. Brave is sitting at 10% CPU at the moment, and it's not doing anything. So I just wonder if it might be a plugin. Medicam's sitting at 6%, and the stream and network is at 7% CPU, and the rest of it's 3 and 4%. It looks like it's alright. Oh no, it's clicking again, isn't it? Anyway, let's just try. Now, is it better with this hardware turned on? Probably not.
Parks across the world, and maybe even some of you have been there yourselves or
Click
lived
it.
in or near a park. However, the fact that the
Like
National
crazy,
Park
isn't it?
and Forest
Flipping
Services
hard.
do not
Clipping like shit.
Don't you watch your stream? Like, open up a tab, put your stream on, and then like unmute it to hear the audio for like 5 seconds.
I can hear it. I got it more, but it's echo, 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 and it's really annoying. Let's turn that back off. Relaunch. No, I have a net. Still very high CPU. Maximum CPU right now. I think I hit a clip. Yeah, try again. Is it
Uses
better on
camp
it?
documents personal information was found in the Johnson Meadow area between Bayshore and Minarets Road.
The search continues for a
Sounds
missing
wrong,
city
so that
native.
do
Bill
too
Thorpe
much.
was last seen in Bryce County National Park in Utah on Thursday, September 1st.
So he's promoting the 411 nonsense. What's changed here? Hang on. Can't see anything. Should be causing a problem. So I'll just keep going.
Searchers are using rescue dogs, helicopters, and drones. Thorpe's family is making sure right now to stay optimistic.
That's clipping in it.
National parks are a location for family enjoyment, camping, and adventure. Every year, millions of Americans and international travelers visit national parks across the world, and maybe even some of you have been there yourselves or live within or near a national park. However, the fact of the matter is, the National Park and Forest Services do not want you to know that there is a sinister aspect to our national parks, which is a subject that I've covered before on this channel, many times in fact. And the sad truth is, with tens of thousands of people visiting these forests and parks, whether it be Yellowstone or the Smoky Mountains, while mysterious and beautiful, some who visit these areas walk through the entrances and never walk back out or are ever heard from again. And even more strange is the fact that it's been found to be extremely difficult to do research into the high rate of missing people linked to the numerous national parks spanning America. And according to former park rangers, military men, and even police officers, the National Park Service does not want anyone researching or looking into these mysterious cases of missing people. One of those ex-police officers, who's now retired and has had the courage to come out and publicly scrutinize the handling of these cases, is a man by the name of David Paulides. And you may know him as the man behind the wildly successful
We know him as
book
a
series
shill
and
and
documentary
liar.
films known as The Missing 411. David
God, he's
has
written a
been
lot of books, has he? Hunters? What's that one? Off the Grid. What's that one say there? A Sobering Coincidence. Western what? United States. Eastern United States. I think we're in the wrong business. But as you know, Paulides, he said on the latest video that he's been more than a 20-year-old detective, a 20-year detective, which is total lies, because if you watch my episode where I brought up his resume, you can count up the years. He started off as a basic traffic cop, right, which is not detective, and then he got upgraded to detective, where he put car traps. You know how people break into cars, they put dummy cars out in the street, and we're watching it for them to break in and grab something, and then they could arrest them. So yeah, it's weird that everybody doesn't do a background check and ask them the hard questions, right? Oh, the CPU settled down. Why is that? Do I sound normal now? It's almost like something was doing a scan in the background at the same time. Actually, yeah, as long as it's working all right now. Gabba's not talking to me. You gone, Gabba? Has it been clicking now? Yeah, I think it clicks still. But yeah, it's better than what it was. So yeah, I put out some shorts on this on Paulides, right? And if you can't keep an honest story about his past work history, how can you trust this guy's not going to embellish stuff and fabricate stuff in his books, right? And apparently he has, because a lot of people from Search and Records, Search and Rescue, has said a lot of stuff that he claims to have happened never actually happened. So I did a thing down here somewhere on Paulides, or whatever his name is, Paulides. Where is it though? Let's see. I can't remember. The thing is, with the shorts, you can't change the image. You can't change the thumbnail. It automatically selects it, right? And it's crap. Truth on 5th. Snyder. David Adair. 411. Okay, here we go. So this is a little clip from one of my live debunks.
It was associated with an official capacity that would give him the authority to seek autographs on the department behalf. Paulides was one of several instructors who taught a city-sponsored organizational development class, but he had not taught the course since March. Police spokesman Officer Louis Quesda said Paulides is on vacation. Quesda could not say what sort of job action the department might take against Paulides. Jensen, however, said possible repercussions ranged from disciplinary action to termination from the department where Paulides has worked since 1980. Paulides surrendered to authorities last week and was released. He is expected to be arraigned next month in municipal court. According to Wikipedia, arraignment is a formal reading of a criminal charging document in the presence of the defendant to inform the defendant of the charges against them. In response to arraignment, the accused is expected to enter a plea. Retirement from the police force below is an excerpt from the minutes mentioned above. Police and Fire Department Retirement Plan Minute.
So you heard there he spent some time in jail for criminal action. Basically, he was using police head, saying that he's collecting autographs from Hollywood stars for a police a wall of remembrance or something for kids or something, kids with cancer and all that. So he's just another UFO proof. And basically he was reselling the autographs on eBay and stuff and making lots of extra money on the side. So maybe they don't pay enough as a detective in the police force in California. Certainly not since the last few years where they're cutting police funding. So yeah. So that's just one clip. I go over his resume too. And you can see when you start adding up the years, I'm not sure if you can even find it. But you have to find the official records, right? So there are official records of this court case where he spent 1 or 2 days in jail, and he basically, because he's a cop, they gave him an option of self-retirement, or but like the ex-FBI agent from Third Phase of the Moon, he was self-retired. And the question is, why was that one retired? Because Paulides was a detective and he self-retired. And then when we look into the background of him, we find out that he was a criminal. He was making money on the side. He was a dirty cop, basically. Paulides David Resume. Probably on LinkedIn or whatever it's called. It's probably not even mentioned in the Wikipedia, or if they added it now about his police criminal charge, but it's not there. Former police officer, it doesn't say detective, who is now an investigator and writer known primarily for his self-published books dedicated to proving the reality of Bigfoot. And the Missing 401 conspiracy theory. Missing 401 is a series of books and films. Obviously he's making millions of dollars from it, you know. Early career, well, looking as a court liaison officer, December 1996, Paulides was charged with misdemeanor court of falsely soliciting for charity. So yes, very much like a UFO proof, isn't it? Saying
Paulides got busted scamming.
Yep. In 1996, and you don't hear that on any of the talk shows, do you? Oh, can we talk about how you're a 20-year detective? Is that really true? I heard that you were arrested and spent some jail time. After leaving the police force, Paulides wrote books. Yeah, because he had to find another shill con job. The thing is, this guy also was part of MUFON as an investigator. So, yeah. But they didn't like him because most of the UFO people don't like associating Bigfoot with UFOs, right? In the pursuit of Bigfoot, Paulides self-published. It didn't say much about what he did, you know, on the court case. It's just a single little line there, right? But yeah, hasn't got his work history here, has it? Let's have a look. Let's look at all the things he's done. Heap of stuff. It's wonder he hasn't got a TV series going. And documentaries. Yeah, let's see. Resume we want. Let's see if it'll come up somewhere. She's like the mystery disappearance. Well, when you look into these disappearance, the claims that he was making, he was saying that often the weather would change, right? The weather would change, roll in. Well, I don't know if you've ever been in New Zealand or somewhere in the forests fishing or somewhere, the weather always changes. This rolls in, right? 1 minute it could be like super hot outside, and the next minute you got rain coming down, or a mist forming. Same would be everywhere else in the world, right? And the other claim was that dogs would lose the scent. Well, I actually did some research in that on search dogs, where the scent could be lost. And it's not abnormal for dogs to lose the scent. So if we go down here, CPU's 50% at the moment, which is pretty good. So I'm not sure what was going on there. I reckon there was some background job happening, but it wasn't showing up on my list for some reason. Understand scent and how conditions will affect it. So we need to read this one. You can see it's a terrible font though. I should probably not read it out though. I should probably use the reader, but I'm too scared to, because I'd have to start up another browser. So yeah, let's see if I can highlight it here and actually be able to read it for you. Keep in mind, however, that even if the scent trail is too old for a search dog to track, technician can potentially help you find your lost pet using other methods, including using his or her dog to track a fresher scent trail for a viable sighting. So obviously they're tracking down lost dogs here, right? And dogs are generally going to be smelly creatures as well. The ideal working scent conditions for a trailing dog are cool, moist days with no wind. Scent will pull, cling and survive in shady areas and areas where lush vegetation is. The moisture provided by lush green grass, the shade of a front of a porch, or a damp surface of a gutter are all examples of places where residual scent could be presented several days after the source of the scent has passed through the area. Scents arise longer in cooler conditions found in evening or early morning hours, because lower temperatures will tend to bring the scent back down to the ground level. Hot and dry conditions have a negative impact on scent survival. In these conditions, scent is more easily dispersed and destroyed. And of course, if you look at the latest movie, the first case, it looked like it was nice and sunny and hot weather there, which would destroy the scent. And the dogs would lose trail there, but other cases may be the same situation, right? And of course, most people go missing when they're near water, was another claim, that a lot of these people go missing when they're near water. Well, the fact is, you got your back turned, and they have all these horrible creatures in America called bears that sneak up on you and just can drag you off into the water and start chewing your head off, right? And then drag it back out and up the hill and finish it off later, or drag some of it off and finish it off later. So the first case he talked about, that they found the backpack near the river, which kind of suggests maybe he was standing near the river, maybe swimming even, maybe not had lots of clothes on, and got attacked by the bear and tried to grab the gun. But apparently they found many days later that the gun was at the top of a mountain thing, which kind of makes sense. A bear would just drag it off to its mountain cave and just start chewing on it for the rest of the days. So yeah, those bodies would never show up because they end up as bear poo, right? Crunch up the bones, eat the marrow, or other animals join in. So yeah, he also talked about people would show up after areas had been searched. Well, if someone's walking around instead of staying put, they may walk away from an area that's been searched, but later they found the body down into a boulder field at lower elevation off a cliff, and they said they searched there and didn't see it. So yeah, we don't know if they missed the body there or not, how well they searched it, whether it could have been some sort of something on top of him that was hiding him, or maybe a bear dragged it down there. Who knows, you know? So he's making all these claims that Bigfoot's behind it, or now the latest one.
Bigfoot's behind it.
Yeah, not big bear, big brown bears or black bears or whatever. So here you can see it's not abnormal for dogs to lose their scent, especially when it's hot, dry weather. And of course, if you've got a bear that's chewing on the body and dragging it off, wouldn't that sort of, the bear scent overwhelm the person's scent? Especially if he's eaten half of it and then drags off the rest of the body, you know, the lower half where he's probably got the gun on a belt that he didn't manage to get because the bear swiped him from behind, and you're gone and you passed out or whatever. So yeah, he could have dragged it up to about and of course the pistol fell out. But the other theory I had was you can't rule out bad people that are also on those hiking trails or in the forest camping doing drugs, you know. When we used to go fishing down the Waimak in New Zealand, we used to have weed people that used to plant weed between all the overgrowth on the edge of the bank. And if you stumbled across that by yourself, and that person that's there harvesting it at the time, you may be history. You may disappear as well in New Zealand. But we did actually come across one of these plantations, and it smelt like what they keep calling it, skunk. It smelt really, really bad on the air. You could smell it before you even got into the plantation on the riverbank. And this would go on every year. Every year we'd fish, we'd always come across one of these growing things. And one day we went too far down the river and we were coming back and we were all exhausted, and we stumbled into one of these weed areas where the people were growing it, and they were harvesting it. And straight away my uncle said, "No problem, mate, we're just passing through, we'll leave you to it." We didn't see anything because he was worried they're going to shoot us and bury us or whatever. Could have happened. So yeah, saying direct sunlight here, in addition the physical toll that it can take on trailing dog. Heat can also cause scent to rise above the level of where the dog is working. They keep working a search dog in hot temperatures is to what's that? The key working a search dog in hot temperature is to avoid it if you can. So you can't do it if you're looking for a missing person. Wind can disperse scent great distances, minimizing a scent trail and making trailing difficult. In a case where a lost person walked down a sidewalk 4 days prior to a trailing dog starting to, search, the trailing dog might very well work by clipping down into the driveways. So it's talking about in city areas there, but bush would you think would be harder. And of course bears can pull up the dead body up a tree, can't it, and then just leave it hanging there. Or even a leopard. A leopard could do that too. What they call them, cougars, pumas, what they have in America. They have lots of crazy animals. Alaska, Canada. So how long can a scent survive? Let's have a look at that bit there. We'll be experts on search dogs after this. The odor of decomposition has been known to change the composition of soil and can be detected by search dogs many years after the body decomposes. Yeah, but what happens if it gets eaten and ends up as bear poop? It's not going to smell like a dead body then, is it? It's going to smell like bear poop. Decomposed down to skeleton remains. Obvious reasons: the longer you wait to have search dog tracker sent down, the less likely that dog will be able to work the scent successfully. So the longer you leave it, the harder it's going to be, right? That's what they're saying. The longer you wait, the more likely the lost dog will have moved or been transported. Well, the same could be for a person, right?
They find his body?
No. His body disappeared. So I reckon he got eaten.
They only found his stuff.
Yep. Pistol and a backpack.
Well, how would he have got it eaten if he's got a gun? If he's got guns, how would he have got it eaten? He would have shot any animal that tried to eat him.
Well, if you're standing fishing near a lake and a bear sneaks up to you and swipes you in the head, you're gone, right? Literally break your neck.
Where your stuff is, where the animal attacked you, there'd be blood, there'd be skin, there'd be hair, there'd be flesh, there'd be stuff.
Yeah, but you don't know if it rained. You don't know if it rained that day. You don't know if the lake river rises. And of course, if you're standing right on the edge of the lake fishing, swipe your head and you fall into the river, you're not going to have any blood trail, are you?
What was his pistol doing up on the mountain 400 yards away?
Weren't you listening? My theory is he got...
over right now. My dad's coming over right now. I got a Christmas hello with him.
Oh, right, okay. Well...
What was your theory? What was your theory on it? His gun,
he got swiped next to the river. Probably was trying to get in a boat. Maybe there was someone on the river that he was talking to. Maybe they did him in and covered up by putting his gun anywhere. Any scenario other than UFO is very possible, right? But yeah, a bear swipes him from behind, falls into the river. The bear chews its head off, eats some of it, then drags off the rest of it, leaving the backpack behind on the shore. Drags it up to the mountain where the gun on his belt, as it's eating it, falls down on the ground, then eats more of it, drags it off, and probably eats the cloven as well. Or maybe the cloven
I don't think we're ever going to know because there's no body. No body.
Yeah, it's bear poop, that's what I'm saying. It's the most likely scenario there, and other animals chewing on it. They'll probably find a jacket or something, or a piece of garbage that they think is garbage, and it turns out to be a torn, shredded jacket, So, and of course, we can't believe any of what David Paulides is telling us, because he can't even tell the truth about his work history. And that's what we were looking at before.
Why did the armed guard turn up to do the search?
I don't know if we can find it or not. CV maybe. Well, they're saying he got abducted, he got airlifted like a cattle mutilation, got airlifted off, and no
one saw him get airlifted by you.
No, then he started in the movie. He started putting these other cases that disappeared in the same area, and also then started putting eyewitness accounts of UFOs in the national parks and stuff like that.
This David Paulides is like Dr. Sala with reenactment videos.
Yeah, here we go. I wonder if it's on there. Hand wiki. Does it give us a work history? Not really. You want his CV, you see. I did actually find a CV and I put it in that video. But I thought maybe it'd be worth another search to see if we can find it again. But anyway, I added up that he had been the detective for 15 years and the rest of the time he was a cop. and only
So
come
how does
to
he
not.
get the guy got? How does he get the hunter got abducted by aliens in a UFO when all he has is the hunter went missing? His pistol's up the mountain 400 yards. Everything's his rifle's left by the lake, and someone saw a UFO at the same time in the same area. How does that mean that the person got abducted by aliens?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you ever get time to it. Keyvid, I'm not sure if you're still there. I think it's all settled down now. I think there was something going on that I didn't understand. I even disabled a bus. I think it might be something to do with bus, actually. I wouldn't be surprised. It's doing a scan of all the files on the hard drive, probably, even though you got it turned off. Still not working, right, Paul? Oh, it should be now. Let's see. I've not heard any crackling.
It's clipping, but not as bad as before. It clips like every minute or something, every 45 seconds, but it wasn't as bad.
I'm not hearing any clipping my end. All right.
That's a clip just then.
Let me just reset this again.
When you said, I don't hear a clip at my end, it knows when to clip.
Is it clipping now? I reset the mixer. I think when the CPU gets too high, the mixer screws up. That sounded alright to me. Are you hearing any clipping? Oh, there we are.
There you go. Your audio shouldn't be higher than 80%. That avoids clipping. Like your master volume in your Windows should be 80%.
I haven't changed any of the volumes.
Clipped again?
Yeah, it's back again. Let me just. I don't hear it in my end, but I hear it on the monitor going out. Hey, John, I didn't see you there. Yeah, we got problems with this laptop again. And you thought I wouldn't show up.
You need to ask Santa for a laptop for Christmas.
Yes, John sent me this one, but it's just under par, really, for what we do. What I do, anyway. But something's changed. And it's using a lot of CPU again. Let me just... Are we back? Is it clipping now? Restarted the app for the mixer completely.
Sometimes we have to wait 30 seconds for it to clip.
Hello, hello, hello. Testing, clicking.
Doesn't seem to be clipping. Yeah?
We wish you a Merry Christmas. And Bigelow's going to send us the top cameras and laptops. So you can do sky watching and UFO research properly. I'm not seeing any clips. My end.
Hasn't clipped yet. You'll know about it when it clips, because I'll tell you.
No clipping now? Oh, clipping?
No, nothing at the moment. The reset.
Okay, let's play the Tyler thing again. That's where it normally uses a bit of CPU.
On Secureteam 10 twice before for an interview, of which you can still find on my channel. But even more exciting, Dave just released his newest documentary, and I found after watching the film, he does something that he hasn't really touched on in his books or his past documentaries on this subject, which is a new angle to the mystery that could lead to the true answer as to why people are not only going missing in these parks, but are disappearing in some of the most mysterious and bizarre and downright unexplainable
processes or whatever you're not using.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Something's changed on it.
Task Manager clip on CPU usage. and it'll put them in order, and then just whatever you're not using, right-click and end process. You don't need it.
No, I don't need that.
Free
I've got
up-
process
free up
less,
your
so it
CPU.
does it all that.
You're relying too much on AI. You sound like Elon Musk.
It doesn't look like it's using too much CPU there. It's very strange. Sounds CPU is alright until I start playing a video. You're not hearing clipping now, are you? Clipping? No.
Not really.
So why does the video now clip then? That doesn't make any sense. Unless let's see. I can't see.
I gotta go for a bit. My dad's here.
Okay.
just rocked up.
Well, we'll get some more CPU without you on the side anyway, but
No.
are you going now, yeah? I think he's going. Yeah. I'm not sure if he's going, but yeah, so I was trying to find his CV, right? And you can see how hard it is to find. Let's see, work history. That's why when you find the stuff, you keep copies of it. Because it can disappear. Because then you can use that against their lies that they're telling you. Is it still clipping? Sounds alright on my end. But yeah, we're not finding any resumes here. John. I think he's gone. Because it's been a right mess today. It's hard for me to concentrate on the side chat. At work, random channel surfing. Okay. The missing 401, many homeless, transits legal. Used to test. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just talking about it being a load of crap. Unrelated stories and no photographs, no evidence of what they're saying. In the movie, it's just terrible. But if you want to waste your money on it, go ahead. We got tired of promoting it though. You can see it's all about missing stuff, but none of what I was searching for. Yeah, I'm not sure if Gab is coming back alright. Background. Reddit. Well, working as a court was charged with misdemeanor. We know all this. That's what, 2 years ago. I had information way before then. What did he say there? Exaggeration. There's also the accuracy of the stories being altered or exaggerated for convenience. Yeah, and made up stuff. Remember, this is not exposing the fraud. I just focused on the cases. I learned a long time ago that all humans suck in some way. Let's see. There's quite a lot of comments on that thread. A lot of reading on that one. So all the things that he's saying, that people go missing near water. Well, if you're camping, you're going to be near water because you need water to survive. Scent trail lost by dogs, as we found out. If it's nice and hot and sunny, they lose the scent trail. Hey, Blue Chicken. I had to take down most of my Christmas decorations because we got a problem with the computer maxing out on CPU today. Something's changed on the system for the worst. I don't know if it's Google. I don't know if it's a Windows thing or sound driver thing again. It's really hard to know. Or something's got undone. Anyway, we're just at 411 bullshit. And you can find lots of discussions on him. I was trying to find his CV, but I can't find it. But I have got a copy of it. And the police reports and all that sort of stuff to back up his crimes. Which one did we find it on? Because I did 2 lives on it here. Was it done that? I hate that pop out feature. So it's probably going to corrupt my audio.
40 aroused suspicions after he was seen using city stationery on the department's computer printers. Paulides also sent and received large quantities of unofficial mail at the department. Police reports say none of those activities fell within his duties as a court liaison officer, prompting an internal investigation that began last September. He's an autograph hound, said Assistant District Attorney Crinsanunu, who filed a complaint last week in municipal court. It was a stupid thing to do to spend your time enhancing your personal collection when taxpayers are paying for you to work. Suspicions were heightened when the police department received a phone call from a Los Angeles publicist asking to speak with Paulides about the Police Hall of Fame, and a letter from the Lionel Richie fan club, which enclosed an autographed compact disc by the singer. As it turned out, Paulides had solicited autographs from such people as newswoman Diane Sawyer, astronaut Major Misson, model Carol Alt, exercise guru Jack LaLanne, and Ivana Trump, allegedly by falsely claiming he was working on a city project. In the letter to Trump, for example, Paulides wrote, "You are a great role model for young women. I've been given the task by my city to develop a display for our lobby of successful businesswomen. We are respectfully requesting an autographed photo for our display."
So it talks about all his criminal activities. I was trying to find the CV of him. I'll post a link there to one of the lives anyway, and you can have a watch. I'm just trying to find... It's funny how people don't watch it, you know. I've got all this stuff here. They just carry on paying money to all these shills. They don't bother looking into my research and background into them and thinking, yeah, this is all about money grab. So I know I did actually have a CV here somewhere, but it might be on the other one. Here we go. Is that the one? Found it somewhere. The FAM website. Oh, I found one thing. Okay, so if you start adding it all up, it's not 20 years that he's been a detective. Paulides received both his undergrad and graduate degrees from the University of San Francisco. He had always aspired to work in the law enforcement. Small police station in San Francisco Bay Area, 1977. 3 years later, 1980, it was transferred to a nearby Jose, or Jose, some people say Jose Police Department, where he would spend the rest of his career. Nearly 2 decades. Not 20 years, nearly. Because he got caught out and he was laid off before his normal pension, right? Basically self-terminated, self-retired, or face charges, I guess. Or get fired, I guess, which would be worse. He held positions in patrol division of the SWAT team, patrol street crimes unit, street decoy work. He was later promoted to a detective in the vice intelligence thing. So that's the first time he's been talked about being a detective. So that's 1980. Okay, just keep on going. If my 20-year detective business is obviously rounding up 3 years to make himself sound better on the video. So if he's telling little lies like that, so why couldn't he say I was 19 and a half years a police officer and 17 years a detective? That would be the truth. But instead he said... Okay, so it's on that episode anyway where I break it all down. So I think there's another one I look at. Was it on this one? It could be this one. This is the only one I could find. So he got laid off in 1996, wasn't it? Or 1997. So 1980 to 1997 is 17 years, right? Not 20 years. He was 20 years... almost 20 years in the police force, and they even said on this article it was almost 2 decades in the police department. But because he got done for crime, trying to make money using police letterhead for autographs, he was either told that he'd have to self-retire or be fired, right? Published in January 2013, his first issue. So, there you go. So he got easy off, right? You put that down to other criminals, they don't get so easily let off like that, do they? But he's a cop and he gets a sweet deal. Anyway, I did actually initially I was actually doing some background research in Paulides when I asked him not to go on Third Phase of the Moon because he's a fraudster and it would ruin his reputation. At the time, I didn't know he was a fraudster himself, and he totally ignored me, never replied back, and he went on Tyler's show to promote his book and movies, right? So I thought this is very strange for a police detective to do. Why wouldn't you do a background check on someone before you go on their show to promote yourself? Well, obviously, he's not such a good cop, is he? And frauds work with frauds. Hoaxers work with hoaxers, right? And hopefully the audio is still working all right. Let me know if it crackles too much, or it's gone away. The CPU's just dropped right down right now. It's kind of strange what's going on. It's back to normal at the moment. I still think there's some background process kicking in that shouldn't be. And I haven't managed to find it. Maybe it's spyware. Wouldn't be surprised. Back door. Anyway, we just saw that he's not a 20+ year detective, and yet in the latest movie he says he's been a detective for 20+ years, and we know that's a lie. He's been in the police for 19.5 years, and only 17 of those was detective. What a loser.
The film covers the UFO angle, which, as I said earlier, Dave has never really gone in depth into before. And after watching this new film, which is broken up into parts, you definitely get a new perspective on what just may be happening in our national parks. And so before we go any further, here is...
So Tyler has opportunity to expose him here by saying, I did some background checks on his claims and they're not sort of adding up, people. But instead he's just like part of the machine to make money, right? I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine.
The trailer to that new film, which is called Missing 411, The UFO Connection.
This is the location of a missing...
Yeah, so it looks like he's playing a promo here. Hopefully it's copyright free.
Hunter.
So it looks like people are snatched off the ground, and then some of them are dropped back miles and miles away.
See, George Knapp is another fraud now, because he's a big fraud promoter of, and he was a big fan of this Paulides guy. So, and he's meant to be an investigative journalist. Surely he could have done a background check into his work history and fact checked the cases himself. But Knapp just listened to this guy, and he tried to get him to commit. What do you think it is? He says, I don't know. Do you think it's Bigfoot? Could be. Do you think it was some serial killer? Maybe, you know. The guy would never commit on Coast to Coast AM if you go and listen to the interviews, right? Just
for thousands of years, the human species has looked to the skies in amazement at unidentified objects. We are staring at unconventional possibilities supported by witnesses, video, and most recently, our own government.
See that alien they had there? That reminds me of that crazy woman, you know, that claimed to have these aliens that look like Michael Jackson with boots on walk through the wall, right? What was her name? Andreas, or whatever her name was. Campsite found abandoned. You know, that's obviously gonna... Could be like a bear snuck up and dragged them away. But it had to be Bigfoot or aliens, right? Where's that thing disappeared to? So this is another guy that claims to see this crazy alien.
Looks like another powers in this cubicle.
In many stories, children are right there, and then the next second they're gone.
Yeah, kids tend to wander off if you turn your back on them, right? I'm not sure if you've been shopping, and you can lose them in a shopping mall quite easily, right? How many kids get abducted from shopping malls, right? They just make it into this dramatic music and all these unrelated things trying to form a connection. And he's in the movie, right? And he's got a map on it, and he says, oh, this case happened here, and then there was another case that happened slightly over here, and then another third case that happened over here, and it forms a triangle on the map, right? 3 things are going to form a triangle. He says, oh, look, It's the same shape as the TR3B that he's talking about. There's no evidence of the TR3B, just these stories, right? The guys didn't have photographs or anything, you know, of this TR3B in the forest. Where did the alien disappear? I'll just see if I can find it again. That's this one. It's not going to bring it up for us.
So it looks like people are snatched off the ground, and then some of them are dropped back.
Which can happen, you know. A bear can just pick up a person in the mouth and carry them off, right?
Miles and miles away.
For thousands of years, the human species has looked to the skies in amazement at unidentified objects.
And you can see he's used some of these fake UFO clips here, right? Oh yeah, that looks so much like a a lampshade. 2008. It looks so fake. CGI, probably with a lampshade. I think I may have looked into that one. So where's this alien? There we go. No, we still missed it. I tell you, it's just hopeless.
For thousands of years, the human species has looked to the
so what's
skies
that
in
one? Okay,
amazement
lampshade.
at unidentified.
And this one here, I think, was a high altitude weather balloon. And you can see here, well, actually could be even a kite. Wasn't 100% sure on this one, but it's definitely not a UFO. You can see that it's got a kite, towel or a string with either LEDs on it that are lighting up and going downwards. Well, it could be a weather balloon that's got payloads that are reflecting sunlight, because you can see how overexposed it is here. And that was that guy that's that runs 1091. Remember, 1091. This is the UFO that he filmed from his house or something. So they're all into it. This movie. Once you see 1091, you should avoid all movies on 1091.
Objects. We are staring at unconventional
So this is that one that looks like that
possibilities.
Crazy woman one, you know, with the Michael Jackson suits, right? And he said, oh, the alien had straw for hair, you know. It kind of sounds like he was on LSD or something. No hand. Just a sharp stick, so he's a pirate alien. He's got a stabber thing on the hand. This is one of these is just a promo from the stupid movie.
Reported by witnesses, video, and most recently, our own government.
And government 1960. Not 2000 or when the person vanished. 1960. Even our own government talked about flying saucers. We know that. But where's the reports of the government saying there's UFOs over national parks? It's terrible. It really is. I think it's got too loud actually. I'll just bring it back down a bit. Is it still okay? Not clipping? CPU looks nice and calm. I'm not sure. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's just my voice croaking, I think. I should have a drink. Hang on. I don't know, it all went wrong today. And it's sort of put us off in flow mode. Going through it properly, you know. So there's a lot of suspect UFOs there, you know, videos that he's using in the promo. Just like Dr. Greer.
I have investigated hundreds of cases.
Hundreds of cases investigated.
That push the limits of standard everyday police protocol.
And yet, didn't they say you couldn't get the cases because they wanted $1 million for them to dig the cases up and send them information? because there's no global database or something, and each national park has their own separate paperwork one.
The 3 witnesses saw this object picking up the elk.
There was no cable. No.
So this is in the movie, 8-foot wide UFO that lifts up a elk. That's the first time I've ever heard such a case, and Peter Davenport from whatever it is on there talking about it. Yeah, how's that possibly alien technology? I don't know. I was thinking maybe it's possible that there was a helicopter that had some sort of cloaking technology. You've seen me in the past talk about the cloaking technology that they're working on for turning tanks into jeeps, and the uniforms that the troops could wear and make them sort of blend in with the background, and also hide their infrared signature. Well, they could do that with tanks and people now. So could that be like a Black Ops helicopter that's doing some secret research on a virus that got out of a lab and started infecting deer and elk, and of course because they're being hunted and eaten in the population, it could spread to humans. So it makes sense why they wouldn't bring that to people's attention, right? How many hunters would sell their elk? You know, a CIA person go out saying, "Can I buy that elk off you? Because we need to look into it." You want an elk for? You're having a Christmas party and you're going to barbecue it. No, we're just going to look for viruses in it. Yeah. So yeah, 8-foot wide UFO. First I've heard. And basically it had struggle lifting it up or something by this magical wire that wasn't there, and it bumped into a tree on the way out of the valley. So that's all in the movie. Spoiler alert, but it's a load of crap. So I don't mind spoiling it.
Nothing discernible holding the elk to the crowd.
I think you get the best bits of it in the promo, actually, to tell the truth.
I know what happened to me. That happened in 19...
This is a guy that saw the Michael Jackson UFO guy with the straw hair.
74. Next thing I know, I was in this cubicle.
In many stories, children are right there, and then the next second they're gone.
Surprise, surprise. Hey, Lynn. Welcome to my damaged live show today. Had to get rid of a lot of my Christmas decorations, but I think it's all working all right now. We got Christmas lights anyway. Better not have Ben Hansen watch it, he'll think they're UFOs. If you watched the start of the show, you know what I'm talking about. Sounds plausible. What part? UFOs taking elks or some military helicopter? Because they can make them silent now, apparently. They can make them almost like whisper, and you can't hear the blades. Although I've not seen that technology, I think it does exist. Because they've got plenty of time to research how the blades make a noise in the air, and I'm pretty sure they can charge the blades to somehow reduce a build up in the front of the blades as it spins. But anyway, cloak and skin, I've shown that in the past in live streams. It's very hard to find the information though, but I have played some videos in the past on cloak and technology. I wonder if I can find it here. And why would aliens being flying around in an 8-foot... Obviously it's going to be not very big for human to be in it, or alien to be in it. So it has to be some sort of drone technology, or it has to be some optical illusion that they were seeing being projected on the skin on the side of a blacked out helicopter, right? So you could make the sky behind it show up, or the forest behind it show up, and actually show a UFO. Because we know the government dislikes disinformation like that, right? No one will believe them, because who believes in UFOs and aliens? You know, they'll just get ignored. You know, it ends up in the paper, blah blah blah. So yeah, let's just do a search on that cloaking technology. It's probably a fairly old one now, a couple of years old. Proof of cloaking Bigfoot. That was quite an interesting one capture they got on video, but I don't think it was. It could have been a ghillie suit that had cloaking technology, and it could have been some sort of army people out there on a training mission, right? But yeah, could it be Bigfoot? Bigfoot naturally has developed a cloaking method. Possible. Maybe they're not so stupid and have invented a cloaking ghillie suit. Who knows? Maybe they're not actually like Bigfoot. They got Bigfoot heads, but when they take off the ghillie suit, they're human underneath. Where's the other one? Because they've got some videos in it. Predator case. No, not that one. Skinny Bob. No, not that one. Crazy people. Not that one. Where's the cloaking one? I want a cloaking. Let's try cloak. It's very hard to find stuff now. If the audio starts clicking, just say so in the side chat and I'll look into it again. But at the moment, everything looks normal at the moment. It's my end. Might need to update the Jitsi thing, maybe. Maybe they've done something with the code and it needs the latest version again. It's all sorts of possibilities. Yeah, cloaking. Should be here. Oh, here we go. It might be that one there. That was quite interesting. It might be on that one. Not 100% sure. On mimicking the ball. Let's see. How old was it? Pretty old now. 4 years ago, right? So it's probably going to be where I had also computer troubles and not the best quality streaming back then. Yeah, Hangouts. Hangouts is dirty system, and I got no bookmarks on it, unfortunately. But yeah, I think there was some videos I found of the cloaking technology there. Look, this one here, which I won't play. Suits. Let's have a look. So they're using like these mini platinum rods on a suit, and they could bend the light. That's what they're working on. So I was looking into the technical side of things. Alright, this might be where one of the videos is. Israel. It was actually Israel that were working on the technology. I was trying to find a real demonstration. That looks like a computer game. CGI of it. It might be here. No. I'll just carry on. It's in this video anyway, at some stage. It's probably hard to find it. Oh, probably gone past it. Adaptive camouflage, here we go. Did I play it after that? Nope. Oh, it's still going. Look at that. So they got some sort of gadget here that makes the hand invisible. But that's on the small scale. So what have they got nowadays? That's 4 years ago. And you can see this is the Hangouts problem. Google messed around with it so much they changed the bit rate, and you can never percent documents. I did like 25 episodes and then they changed the code and it would come out like crap like this, and you can't read the documents. So it's talking about meta lenses here, which is meant to be the next future of cameras as well, where you don't get a lens flare and all other problems you get with glass. But I think I've gone past the tank, or did I re-find it later? You probably have to watch the whole episode. I was going to just play a clip of it again, because I don't know what the video is called. It might be there somewhere. Look at that. This is just gibberish. That's after that point. I think I said that's it. Enough is enough. I'm going to research how to do live streaming properly. Is it there? Maybe. No. It's like an Asian fella working on the glass thing. Oh, here we go. Is that the one? So before, you can see a tank, and that's what it looks like after a car, right? And this is what they can do 4 years ago. Now, if you were a hunter in the forest and you had night vision and you could see that, but they also can do it with normal light as well. Basically, the tank's got this special skin on it, material, which can project things as well as change the heat signature. So how did they manage to hide that big tank as a car? That's quite amazing, really, isn't it? On thermal. Anyway, I'll post a link to that if you want to play it properly. And I think there's a demonstration of a man climbing onto the tank here somewhere. Might be before or after there. And you don't see the man until he climbs up near the tank. For some reason he shows up, but he's very hard to see, like the Predator. So yeah, just wondering, Bigfoot's might be military ghillie suit of some sort, where it's got the cloaking technology as well as the normal camouflage technology where it blends in. Camo cloaking technology. So I suppose technically you can call it a UFO, but as soon as you start connecting it to aliens, then it sort of loses me as maybe someone trying to sell a story, right? And
after reading thousands of reports, I started to document what.
Okay, so he looked at hundreds of cases before, and now he's talking about thousands of reports. On one case, no.
Is called profile points. The number one profile point is lack of scent trail.
So we just covered that before in the show. And any sunny weather kills the scent, and anything that lifts up a person above dog height can make them lose scent, right? So if someone kills someone and carries them off, they're going to pick up a scent of different people, because the dog's got to distinguish between scents. It doesn't have to be an alien craft that lifted them off and dragged them off. It could have even been accidental shooting by the military, right? Doing exercise, and he may have gone in the wrong place, and maybe they were testing out some bombs or something and got hit by something. Who knows? Anything could happen. Or some gassing, and maybe they just airlifted them off, and that's also another possibility, right?
It was unusual that they had that many tracking dogs and never found a track.
I don't think it's unusual.
The more you hear, the stranger the story gets.
The more you hear from you, it gets stranger.
Why send a SWAT team on a missing person case?
Why send a SWAT team? Well, military exercise is a good training for them. Would be a good reason why.
When I saw that, that's when I, went down.
Okay, so we got a story of a TR-3B in the forest, which again could be Black Ops technology again. We don't know if it's aliens.
My knees.
And of course, he may be making up the story as well, because we've got no photograph or video of it.
They are connected to extra-dimensional beings.
Okay, so we've got the other FBI shill on here from the third phase of the moon that can't do basic research of who he's going to go on a show with, and obviously he doesn't care about his reputation being, because he likes working with the biggest hoaxes in ufology. And here we go, he's meant to be a UFO expert, right? And I don't know anyone that's really into UFO research would believe anything from third phase of the moon, let alone go on their show. Instant reputation killer. Speaking of which, Rob Farmer's talking about coming on to the next live show, so we'll see if that happens in between after Christmas and New Year or whatever.
Beings. Those are real. How do you explain to a grieving family that something paranormal may be tied to the disappearance?
So why did he have the XBI agent on the movie? Because that guy didn't add anything to the cases that he was talking about, apart from just saying, yeah, UFOs and aliens are real. And that FBI guy is saying that it's going to be alien invasion and it's coming, blah, blah, blah. It sounds like the same old narrative. He sounds like a disinformation agent. Just like Mr. Doty and Lou Elizondo. They're all mimicking the same garbage, right? So yeah, so why is tired of promoting Missing 411 when he could do so much better stuff? Because he's got the people. He's got the people watching, and he doesn't make use of it to make ufology great. Make ufology great again. That's what I'm trying to do. But you can see I've just got a lot of crap of computers and gear to work with, right? Metal Gaming, how's it going? Merry Christmas. Sightings, Merry Christmas. Although I was a wee bit disappointed with you and UFO Man business. Len, Merry Christmas to... I'll just go through the side comments. I'm sort of in a rant mode at the moment. A bit pissed off on my computer playing up so worse at the beginning for some reason. Now it's sort of settled down, I think. Virus testing, yeah, testing in the forest with wild animals, and then see how it spreads, right? And then track them down, kill off a few, and just see. Ufology is so saturated with grifters, yeah, and XBI agents that are telling disinformation, and also making lots of money from it too. He's got 3 books out apparently, the FBI guy, and he's doing movies with Third Phase and other people like this guy. The only folks that impressed me were the military guys who encountered UFOs interfering with the nukes, yeah. Unless you don't believe them. A lot of people don't believe them, you know, all the bunkers out there. Even Mark D'Antonio has attacked the nuclear guys, which is kind of weird, right? So how did the UFO manage to bypass all the security codes, right? So there was something definitely happening there. Whether it was aliens, we don't know. It still could have been some backdoor that... and the craft could have been some sort of technology from Russia, China, who knows. It could be the Fourth Reich, right? They could have a little element of Nazis somewhere in the world. Maybe they're on the moon, who knows? Maybe that's what the people are seeing. You ever seen those movies? What's it called? Iron Sky? It's hilarious. Even they got hijacked by arch grifter Greer. Yeah, anywhere to make money, mate. New age, useful idiots provide a verity, useful smokescreen for those who like to control. Yep. And why would they do it though? And the reason is quite simply that they know that people are going to see their new black ops and drones being tested. So they need to make up this alien cover story. And of course, that pollutes the real UFOs and aliens and pollutes the real defense black ops craft they're working on. So we don't know what's real and true anymore. It could be a bit of both. It could be something completely way out of our scope of thinking, even, you know, into multiverses. Yeah, I can't work out what my sightings are and stuff that happens around this house. So yeah, if I can't even work out, and I've got lots of technology and cameras everywhere now. It's like last night, I had the door open again, I hear this creaking door. And I went around the house today and I said to Mum, do you know any doors in the house that creak? And she says, nope. And I went around all the doors, swung on them heavily, none of them creak whatsoever. And of course, none of the windows were open, so I don't know. So I even went in the bedroom next to me here. But although it sounded like the creaky door was in the kitchen door doesn't make any creaking sounds. And I swung on it heavily and all that. So I don't know what's going on in my own house. Phantom creaky doors and toilets flushing. It's a crazy world. It's crazy stuff that goes on. I have some flares too. Lens flares. Yep. Okay, now just catching up here. Mad at me about who? UFO man. Yeah, didn't you read what I posted? That guy is the biggest shills, right? The biggest shills and frauds. I've given you lots of links to UFO man debunks I've done. First one is Tyler. Next one is Third Phase, although Third Phase seemed to have popped up to #1 right now, I think. And then you got UFO Man on the list. He's got, what, 37,000 viewers now. That guy built his channel on fraud, and he's still putting up all sorts of garbage. 4 years ago or 3 years ago, he was promoting some woman in Switzerland, which is like the guy from Las Vegas, who he also promotes. UFOs over Vegas guy is a total shill. And I've debunked him several times and shown you why. And even a few live shows back, I did a re-thing on it, which you should have been there watching. And yet you go and give him one of your videos, which makes you suspect now. You see, it's like you gave some to Tyler, now you're getting it to UFO Man, top #3 shill in ufology. He interviews anybody for $1. He's no better than any of the other guys. He used his Tyler's fake videos that he deleted on his channel to build up his channel with 600,000 views and 20,000 subs at the time or whatever. The guy's a total shill, doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't do any proper analysis on the video, not even proper filters or anything like that. No slow motion. Just puts them up there. You know, the balloon ones, he was claiming that was a windows on the thing when clearly it was reflections. You know, even QVid debunked him. So yeah, I don't know where you were if you weren't watching that. Did you see the documentary from UK and Netflix called Confessions of an Alien Abductee? Yes, I did. That's an Australian documentary. And I I did actually do a thing on that guy, and I looked into his background and his claims, right? And of course, he's in an area where there was actually a big melting pot of different genetics. And the genetics he was talking about, or that he got tested, actually fit a lot of the people that actually lived all around him. So, yeah, you'd have to watch that video. What was that one called? Abductions, something rather. I did patient 17 on it, and it was a long one. It was a long show. I think it was like 8 hours. We had people drop in and come on voice and chat all night long. Which one? Australian alien abduction, could be that one. I think it might be actually. How many hours is that one? That's only 3:45. Oh no, that's with Robert. It won't be that one. Let's see, what's this one? Not that one. Sunday Live. No, not that one. It's getting harder to find the stuff. How long is that one? That one's short too. Got a lot of stuff on alien abductions. That one was quite a good one I did here. This is actually a normal video created in an editor. Just bring that one up there. Still trying to find the other one. There's that, what's her name? Was that the one? No, it wasn't that one. I thought that was the one we talked about, that stupid woman with the Michael Jackson suit, so it's here somewhere. Why can't I find it? Maybe I've gone past it. I don't know. I just can't see it. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff talking about abductions. What's that one? 5 hour one? Let's see. No, that's with Robert again. Devil's Den. Yeah, that was quite interesting. Yeah, we did a lot. All the stuff with abductions in it. You guys don't go back and watch the old stuff, yeah, the newcomers to the channel. There's a lot of good stuff there. What have we got here? Goblins. Unbelievable. Patient, maybe I'll try a different search. Patient 17. See what that comes up with. Not that one. Is it this one? Hang on, how long is that one? 4 hours. Alien abductions, issue of proof. I think it might be on that one. And it's, there's the guy there, isn't it? From the documentary. So it's on that one. Have a look at that one. My mum talks to aliens or whatever it was. And then I do a background check into the guy, and there's some stuff there that could explain what happened to him, that he might have been lying about it. You know, he basically bit off the tits, I think he said. You know, why didn't he collect the bit of flesh that he spat out across the room? It's like the aliens took it with him. We got to vacuum clean before we leave so we get all the tits off the floor. So apparently he just finds one bit of hair that he pulled out or whatever. From a crutch, obviously. Was it a crutch here? I can't remember now. Some people on Reddit said that they were a bit suspect of it, that he may have brought a hooker home that had the same DNA as what the hair had in it. And he was just making a cover story that it was aliens and stuff, so he wouldn't be excommunicated from his religious group. Well, church or his family or whatever. Which is quite possible, you know. But anyway, it's sort of gone all over the place here. I'm just going through the comments. Merry Christmas. Oh, mad at me about UFO man. Yeah, Merry Christmas again. Paul, Tim and I are friends, and he has started my videos since he started. Well, unfortunately, that's bad then, in that case. Go and have a look at the tags to you on Discord. Well, you should have lots of issues with Tim. The guy is a con man. When he lost his money on the channel, he stopped making videos. And then Google gave it back to him, and he then started making videos again. It's all about money for him. And he attacked me. Remember that? He's got DB Cooper being his big bully defender. And I go over all the abusive comments I got from Tim when he didn't like the video produced on him exposing his lies. He threatened to strike me and take me to court and all this sort of shit. Plus, if they are using non-chemical drives, there would be a glamour to replace oil. It's possible. Did you see the documentary? Yep, Confessions of an Alien Abductee. Maybe that wasn't the one then. My Mum Talks to Aliens, I think, was the other one. Confessions of an Alien Abductee. I'm pretty sure I have, and it was bollocks, I think. Was that the one, the woman in UK that was claiming that she had like fluorescent dyes on her skin? But it turns out that some makeup actually does cause that to happen as well. It was on her face and neck, I think. But anyway, yeah, you always got to look into, you got to question everything that you see on these things, because no one's doing proper science analysis on stuff and finding, well, this could explain it, you know. Spot seeing, maybe Australian doc, but still in UK. Yeah, I think it's a totally different one. The Corey Good depositions have been an eye-opener too. Not really. We knew he was a shill. Corey Good's just, as Rob would say, low-hanging fruit, right? It's just easy stuff, you know. We already know he's a shill and he's fake and stuff. And the people that know it and get bored of it. And the people that don't are gullible fools. And they're going to keep still believing it regardless, right? They say, oh, it's not true, the video's been edited or whatever, you know, it's a government cover-up. Do the two women and the man lie? Are you two aliens you're talking about? Because there was two in his bedroom, wasn't it? One on top of him trying to get him hard. So he claimed. And he said, no. One woman didn't pass the lie detector test. What case are we talking about? Are you talking about the UK one? More than likely. He admitted he made everything up. Who did? I have to get onto it. Has he come clean now, has he? The field should be renamed ufology sci-fi. Getting down the list here. Confessions of Alien Abductee is a UK doc, not Australian. Why is it filmed all in Australia then? And why is it all Australians on it talking? Man, I love you. If Tim has done those things in the past, I'm not. He's still doing it, mate. Did you not see his other mate, Qvid, out him on the star balloon being a UFO? And straight after, Tim said, "Oh, thank you for making me look a fool," and then deleted his comment, which is what he does to me. He attacks me over stuff too, and then deletes the comment straight after. That's why you got to take a snapshot. And then he deletes the video completely. But if he did research and proper analysis, anyone could see it was a balloon. It was so fairly obvious. He shouldn't have had it up on his channel claiming it was a UFO with portals. Well, you should be aware of it because I only covered it not long ago, and I've talked about Tim on Discord and posted you, tagged you stuff to watch. That Swiss woman claiming that the lights were in the sky. Well, when I found out her location and looked around, she's in there. She's looking down in the city, in the valley, and it's got hills all around, just like Vegas has. And like Vegas UFO dude, Barone, whatever his name is, Stephen, she's filming car headlights going around the mountain. And she's making these orb pictures up, obviously moisture droplets in the air, mist, right? And she's taking all these pictures, and they're saying the light beings, same as Dr. Greer, and this Tim guy's promoting this woman as legit. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago now. But yeah, he's not to be trusted, you know. Why give him your material? Because he's not going to make it any better. You might get 30,000. Think you're going to get 30,000 views, but I think there's only about 700 that watches him out of that 30,000. What do you think of Confessions of Alien Abductee? Well, again, I can't remember it. Maybe it's such garbage I didn't watch it all. I'd have to check again. It's not Australian doc. It's still a UK doc. Well, I'd have to check that up. But it was all Australians in it. The UK Ufology has a service page for abductees and other called Muck, that's right, I remember that name. I can call in for help. But then you get one of these airheads that think light beings are real. And we know I looked at all Dr. Greer's one and debunked every single one of them, right? It's just so many shills in this field. Even ERT, the people there think about light beings and having stuff downloaded to your brain and all this sort of garbage, right? I don't think you can download information straight into the brain. How would that mess up your brain, though? That would have to mess your brain up, you know, because what was there in the first place? The only way you could do it is like be hypnotized and actually be shown stuff on a screen, and then it's sort of maybe your mind's set in a certain state then to memorize it like a photographic memory. Maybe aliens have figured that out, or Black Ops have, you know. They've been doing MK Ultra stuff for many years now. It's hard to know what's real and not what is real, you know. Real versus not real. The ufology is such a mess and muddy waters, right? And I just find it really frustrating that we're not making any progress and just seem to be more and more fantasy stories with no evidence. You know, if I say something, I will say it's a theory. You know, my theory of multiverse is because I saw this happen, but I got no proof of it. And then I set up cameras and nothing happens, and we don't. And then it's very hard to capture the light flashes that you see. So you have to set up an extra camera that films natural light, and then the other one films it in infrared. You know, you need multiple cameras. It just takes a lot of money and lots of time and lots of research. And, you know, it could be happening all the time, and I'm missing it on video. Or it may not even show up on video. It might be like these phantom sounds that seem to come out of nowhere. Why? Maybe because of this theory of multiverses where there's a connection point. Maybe the house has a connection point that shows up at certain types of days where there's electromagnetic disturbance in the air from thunderstorms. Speaking of which, I have just got a warning on the phone that there's a big thunderstorm meant to be coming our way. And it's like 27 degrees in this bedroom at the moment, Celsius, and outside it's nice and sunny. I should show you on the camera. It's probably overcast though. Let's have a look. I know the CPU is playing up a bit, so I'm not sure. There you go, it's a wee bit overcast again. Yeah, you can see the sun here. It's just going over the top of the house now. You can see a bird there. Keeping guard. He's got babies in the nest and the cracks, obviously. Yeah, you can hear on the thing. There you go. He's flying away now. But there he is. He's over here now. Yeah, he's keeping guard. He must have some babies, I think. But yeah, you can see the bees occasionally if I zoom in. Lots of bees. You can hear them buzzing. You can even hear them buzzing. In fact, I think I can hear a radio in the background. And the wind. Could be something next door. I've got a radio going. But anyway, yeah, it's quite a good camera. I was quite happy with that purchase. That was a good one. I actually bought two of them. The other one's in the kitchen. Anyway, where were we? We're talking about abductions. We sort of got sidetracked. But yeah, this is this garbage from Secureteam, obviously just promoting it. He's still playing some promos here.
And there are several videos, and if you go to my channel and just search the term 411 or national parks, you can find all of these videos and watch them. I promise you, they'll definitely unnerve you. And
yeah, well, it made me question the facts in it. That's why I found out all the information. If you watch Secureteam, you just buy into the old fantasy.
from
That's
the FBI,
Bigfoots and aliens.
local law enforcement, search team members, and others that describe a spellbinding fact trail that will leave many asking.
And all these stories are unrelated to that guy that goes missing in the first case. It's just garbage. It really is. But you're going to have to spend money to watch it, I guess. Or find a free version online, which is possible. Okay, so this video seems to look familiar.
Now
He played
let's
this.
get to some UFO.
He played something like that on the movie too, but it looks like Tyler's in here. Is he?
Footage.
Let's just
Here's
keep
a
on
clip
going.
of some unidentified luminous objects created.
Luminous objects now. What's the initials of that? UIOs. And 3 lights in the sky, like Chinese lanterns or LED balloons, form a triangle. Right, I bet it changes shape. Okay, let's keep on watching.
Creating a triangular formation captured recently on December.
Right, is it clipping now? I forgot to check the clipping. Is it playing all right now that we're dropped off Gabba? I think it is.
Over Minnesota. So check this out.
Oh no, it's still clipping. It's not too bad though.
Is that the one on the bottom?
Oh no, it might have been on the video. Okay. Just let me know if it gets too bad and I'll see what else I can do. Alright, did those lights just change shape of the triangle? Yeah, they have, look. So they're drifting in air current, right? And I think we can see some flicker in there. So there could be lens, a parachute drop of flares, right? Chinese lanterns, LED balloons. You can see here we got the rolling shutter effect here as he's moving, slight hand movement while he's filming. Just go back, you see it goes over the branches. That doesn't make it a CGI fake, of course. You can see here, look, it's starting to go over the branches. Look, it's over top of the branch. See that there? It's all because it's moving and rolling shutter. And digital zoom, I think he's got there as well, which adds, amplifies it. See, that's all over the tree. So you think, oh, could it be filming of a window now? But I think, yeah, that's just rolling shutter with digital zoom effect. There you go.
Okay, so very interesting footage.
No, it's not. It's very boring, Tyler. You know it is. You damn shill.
A few different times on YouTube Shorts, and oddly enough, the triangle formation.
You can see if it's CGI, it's very cleverly done, because as that guy moves, you can see that it distorts the dots into long lines.
It is well, coincidentally, the same UFO feature.
So every time he moves, it changes, right? So if that was CGI or reflection, it's well done.
Poster artwork for Dave's new film, and in this footage, you know,
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that he put that up in the footage in the movie, didn't he?
I'm not sure if the audio is set up to where it's voice activated, which is why you have these silent portions of it. It probably is, but we have this formation of lights, and you guys, if you've been with me for a while, you have seen this countless times.
Yeah, military exercises with parachute flares.
We've talked about cloaked craft in the sky, and
how can that possibly be a cloaked craft, Tyler? Prove it. Run it through some filters like you normally do and zoom in on it.
And when it comes to these, where instead of
alright, you put a green filter on.
a solid, dark, triangular
okay, so where's the solid triangle?
Craft, you'll have 3 lights, one on each end.
Yeah, so where's the solid craft, guys?
You know, that's when we get into, is this something cloaked? Is this 3 separate objects? And
man, this guy can write the bullshit, can't he? I tell you, how Google likes him is the money flow they get from it.
Strangeness comes in the form of a video which relates directly to my last video on the channel.
Oh no.
Which, if you haven't seen, there was a clip in that video where I featured a...
So this is what he's always doing. You got to go back to the last video and watch it. Same as I keep saying, you got to go and watch my older videos because there's a lot of good stuff on it. But him, it's all about money. Me, it's about proving to you facts about people, or facts about abductions or whatever, you know.
A mainstream news story about a group of sheep, I believe it was, that...
Oh no, not the sheep now. Yeah.
That began walking in a circle and did so for over 12 days straight. And this happened in China, where they had, you know, hundreds of...
So that's some of Tyler's super fans, yeah. They walk around in circles.
pens of these cattle and sheep, but only...
Oh, you're just jealous, Paul. I'm jealous of Tyler. No, I wish you'd go away along with all the other shills in ufology and just make it a nice topic again.
One single pin did the sheep suddenly walk in a circle and continuously do so for 12 days straight. And really strange, it hit the mainstream, and so here is a new clip.
Anyway, it's Christmas tomorrow here in New
birds,
Zealand, so I'm going to my sister's
quote, another
for
flock
dinner.
of birds flying in circles above California, and so...
Oh no, not the murmurations flying around in circles. No, how dare them.
Apparently, there is previous footage to this.
And you know why that is. Because they have birds of prey that picks them out the air, and if they fly around in circles in a group, that's safety in numbers, right?
Of other
So why is that bird flying around in circles? You know, there's a bird up there by the looks of it. Is that the one that's preying on them, perhaps, and spooking them?
Flocks of birds doing the same thing, and just like the sheep, they are just flying around in
not even the same,
not even
totally the same. The sheep had a sort of brain virus, and these ones are scared of something.
As if something's wrong, and as we know, animals, specifically birds, really start acting strangely when something is off, whether it be with the Earth's magnetic field.
Nothing to do with that, Tyler. Nothing to do with the magnetic field. If the magnetic field was off, they wouldn't be flying around in the circle. They'd be crashing into buildings and all sorts of things. Going around in circles, they'd be crashing into trees and street signs, and they'd be all over the place. There was one video where they do come down in a heap, and some of them crash into the building and the ground. But that's because there's a bird of prey that's above them, and they try to get away, and they followed each other, and they didn't, because they're in a big black mass, they don't see that they're going to hit something when they're trying to flee from something. And this is probably one of those videos, right?
If there's a UFO occurring.
Yeah, where's the bird? There it is, up there, staring at them.
In the area, they will vanish. You know, some people say that if suddenly you see birds vanishing, then you need to get out of wherever you are, because something is...
Birds vanish. Have you ever heard of that one, guys? Yeah, go into a big thick cloud. I don't think I've ever seen birds vanish. Maybe they get too small that your eyes can't see it, or the camera can't see it.
It's wrong. You know, this...
Yeah, he's got a little laughter there. He knows he's reading out the script of bullshit to his fans.
It was just really eerie footage, and I wasn't there. I don't have the full story, so it may be natural, but...
I'd love to put this guy in a live lie detector test, along with Third Phase, Blake Cousins, and put him through the grill. That would be a good show, wouldn't it? Could do an 8-hour show of Secureteam, Blake Cousins, GUFON on lie detector tests, and see how many they get right and how many they get wrong, you know, or are they so high on dope that they can pass it, maybe? I don't know.
It certainly wasn't.
But it would be a good show.
People that recorded it and who were there.
You'd have to do blood tests and make sure there's no drugs in the system, I guess.
And who have been seeing things like this happening all over. Okay, guys, so next here, let's go from the skies down to the seas. And we have two different clips of UFOs emerging or hovering near our oceans.
You mean like drones that people fly around the beach? And a windy day at that too. Mind you, it always sounds like that on microphones. Even on slight breeze.
What is this thing?
Remember they were using drones. One of the drone videos that we saw was actually proven later to be a government drone that was doing, or something like that, or a corporation drone that was doing mapping of the sea algae or something. It was something like that. Seeing what was in the sea by mapping it out with some special radar underneath. Okay, let's see what happens with this one. Could it be a bird? Could it be a bird going around in circles? Yes, it could be. Or it could be this guy filming got his mate next to it flying a drone around the way he's filming it. Oh, we'll just send it on to Tyler or Third Phase.
Okay, so
everybody
short
will believe
clip,
it.
and I wish we had more footage, but the footage that we have here is definitely something we can work with, and shows, in my opinion.
In fact, that might not even be out to sea there. It could be like a perspective illusion, right? That could easily be a sheet of glass in front with some crazy light source on it.
Something really odd.
Let's have a quick look at it here. Does it look like a light source
happening? And I can't explain it.
Could it be a LED balloon on a fishing line?
The object, which appears to be a solid or semi-solid white orb or sphere, you know, it doesn't look like a drone. It doesn't look like a kite. I don't see anyone in the water. It's hovering there. It goes up. It goes.
You ain't gonna see no fishing line attached to that guy.
Down, it sort of bobs there for a minute. I go to the beach almost every year on vacation in North Carolina Beach, and you know, you'll have birds there that sort of dive bomb into the water to catch fish. And this object just does.
You can clearly see it's not a bird when you zoom in there, and you can see the way that it's wobbling around. Probably hand move, slight hand movement.
Doesn't look like that to me either. At no point do we see it go into.
Could easily be like a balloon near the edge of the coastline here that's clipped off here, that someone's standing up, just holding it up. If you had it on tight thing, would it go all over the place? Not if you put some extra weight inside the balloon, right? And especially if you put water inside the balloon, it acts as a dampener. So it could be a balloon.
Water, and it doesn't move like a bird. It doesn't seem to be circling the water. It's a true mystery. Wish we had some more information, but
yeah, could it be just a fishing balloon? Yes, it could be. Yeah, so I think I heard some crackling noise there. Is it sort of okay at the moment?
Unfortunately, we don't. Now, this next clip is of another mysterious, bright, glowing object that is said to have been moving at.
Okay, really good, Tyler.
High speeds through the water off of the coast of California, where it was caught on surveillance.
Okay, wasn't that one the corporation or the government were doing a survey? It looks like the same video.
Its camera, or possibly a webcam, on a beach in.
Webcam on the beach, that's right. I remember that one.
Encinitas, California.
Yes, it was in California too. Oh yeah, this was proven to be a drone.
Within this footage, it's described online that at some point this UFO, another glowing orb or object, was said to have been moving quickly directly underneath the waves, right in the shallow area of the waters, before emerging and quickly vanishing, but not before there is a bright flash of light.
That's because they turn off the lights or something. We did cover that one a long time ago.
That occurs as well.
It's going up slowly here like a drone.
Some have said that when zoomed in on the bright flash that occurs there, that you can see what looks to be a triangle-shaped UFO. And so I will let you guys be...
And you have a three-bladed drone, right? Forms a triangle.
the judge of that. The ocean, only 10% of which has ever been touched by mankind or explored, is an alien planet in and of itself, and very likely could be a hub and source of...
Oh, this is terrible. It really is terrible. Okay,
clips.
What's he gonna do?
What do you think about this flock of birds?
Garbage. It really is terrible. And how many views did he get on it? 14k likes on that garbage. Unbelievable. 163,000 views in 2 days. It's not his best, but still, it's garbage. The whole episode was garbage. And here's all these guys that know nothing about the background of David. Has literally dedicated his whole entire life to picking these cases apart. No, he hasn't. When did he start? 2013, wasn't it? And he started looking into the cases. He hasn't spent his whole life. He was a cop, a dirty cop. David Paulides is the best. Yeah, best at selling autographs. A rare breed of former police officer. No, there's a lot better cops out there. And researchers. MUFON and squash investigator. Unbelievable. Can't imagine anything more horrible than a missing loved one. Well, I think there's probably other more horrible things like being maimed in a car crash. Just stupid comments, really. I have been pushing Dave for some time now. Have you? Tom, why are you pushing him? Glad he has finally reached the comfort zone to come forward with the evidence. Well, you just made it up. Yes, thank you. And thanks, Tyler, for what you have managed to give us throughout the year, buddy. What, 10 episodes in the whole year? It can't be that many, can it? And it's all garbage. Peace from New Zealand, so vibe to light. You need a good slapping. Being a Kiwi, you should know better. A video for Secureteam was one of my Christmas gifts. God almighty, I'd rather have a box of chocolates, and I'm diabetic. Wishing you and your family a wonderful Christmas. Thank you for the awesome footage. Yay! Thank you for all the fake stuff, lens flares and parachute flares and drones. About a week ago, it was about 6:30 in the evening. Wow, I hope it's 6:30 in the evening every day. Many cars on the road, everyone out and about shopping. Oh, I wonder why that is. Okay, bullcrap comment. Abductions, human trafficking. So much is covered up. No, so much is fabricated lies. And cherry picking. Nice job, Tyler. I live in Devon in UK and noticed a weird thing in and around woods. And dirt trails. I always see what seemed to be like a handful of grass has been plucked from the ground. Oh my god, do you mean that some animal ate it? And placed in the middle of a dirt path. Oh, right, some kids decided they wanted to pull up some soil and place it. Stupid, really. Although there is a threat out there, the even sadder truth is spelt wrong. Truth, people. As these people went into the forest as sacrifices for the goblin aliens. In regards to the orb over the water, I have seen an orange orb when I was 12. They came out of the woods behind our house, 20 foot in the air, went over my head and continued going between. Hey, Gabba's got one of those, plasma orange orb, in trees on the other side. But that could have been a Chinese lantern, or LED balloon, right? When Tyler uploads, it's a great day. Great day for Paul to roast him again, yes. Great video, Tyler. I'll check out the new movie, yeah. Please read those with similar experience. Your timing, as always, is right on point. Shame it doesn't tell them the truth, though. If he told these guys the truth, I think they're all unsub, right? Because they couldn't handle it. I live in Southern California. No wonder. Yeah, the land of the gullible is California. I can tell you, the pigeons flying in circles is not a new thing. Oh, wow, good one. They've always done that as long as I can remember. Yeah, that's the safety thing. What do they say here? They're boosting to a game of chicken. I don't know. Fantastic video. Should be fantastic video, Tyler. There's definitely something going on in those national parks. Yeah, people tramping and hiking and fishing and shooting. I believe the park rangers know what's happening. I suppose you can't hunt in some of the parks though, but I'm not sure on that. I know they do want people to hunt certain things because they get too many of them in a enclosed environment. They end up being in trouble, like bears. So they have so many permits to shoot so many bears and wild pigs. Destroy, especially in New Zealand, they destroy a lot of the native bush. So they want people to go out and hunt them. And rabbits is another one in New Zealand. Fun little fact, the government was pretty much forced to make the parks national. For the simple reason it's easier to cover up an incident with stories rather than explain to people all this land is off limits. Yeah, maybe, but this is a conspiracy right there. You could say maybe some of the parks are, but not all the parks. If the government owns it, then the people own it, right? Because it's paid with taxpayer money. And some of them are also reserved for Indian tribes and all that too. So, yeah, if the government owns it, that means no corporation can then decide to chop it all down and put high-rises on it. Just purchased the movie on Amazon. Good on you, dude. I hope you can see it's garbage. Can't wait to watch it. I've seen a triangle formation of lights exactly like over Forest Park in Portland, Oregon around July 2021. The individual lights would break off from the formation and then find their way back. It was clearly far too low for it to be a satellite. Yeah, but could it be something else like Chinese lanterns or flares, you know? And without a video we can't see what he saw though. So yeah, we're not going to get anyone talk about Paulides past, are we? Or anyone that's going to criticize the movie here. Just all people sucking it up. Usual garbage, you know. Anyway, I don't know how the audio is still going though. I think we have to check the side comments. Hopefully it's not too bad. I think it's all fixed itself now. Okay, I despair. You despair with me, guy. I'm so depressed of ufology that I'm almost ready to give up because, again, you can see that unlike these shills that make lots of money, I make no money at all. And really, I've only got $100 credits to my name. I haven't got real money, I got bank's money. That's all I've got left. So yeah, how am I going to fund for the new year? I don't know. I still hopefully can pay off some of the credit card enough to be able to keep paying out the memberships I need to pay and all that sort of stuff. As you can see, I really desperately need a better computer now. Because I just can't do what the fun things I want to do on it. And of course something goes wrong on it and it chews up another 10% CPU, makes a difference, you see. Sits on a stage and just lies through his teeth. Well, he is an actor, that's for sure. No one challenges him. Or if you challenge him on the comments, your comment disappears, right? You get blocked, right? Instead of him, it should be that someone can challenge you and you can reply back to it, as long as they're not being like rude and just swear and all that, because that's just an instant turn off, you know. There's no way in getting through to someone like that. So those people I tend to block or delete the comments or whatever, because I don't want that sort of crap on my channel. Agree to many make makes the ufology blurry and there's less good videos. Well, there's some out there, as you know, and the people refuse to make them public on some of them, some of the good ones, so it can't be put out there for Mick West to analyse it. Yes, channels like yours should be ones getting the clicks, not obviously fake crap. Yeah. You know, if I just get pissed off with something, I have to talk about it. I know it's a down point, but people are just not waking up and seeing what I see. I just don't understand their mode of thinking. Maybe because I've been doing this for so long now, when I see a video instantly I know if it looks more legit than maybe, or if it's mistaken, and give it a benefit of the doubt, you know, like plane lights or some new plane design that's flying overhead, or Black Ops or whatever. But, you know, the obvious stuff just sticks out, you know, flares, fakery with reflections, lens flares, parachuted flares, you know, lens flares on the International Space Station. They're still plugging that today, and it's been going on for 7 years now, and they just crop it and rehash it and rotate it, and now you got some newcomers coming in repeating the same old garbage. When I started, it was UFO Man doing that. Now he's big and getting more and more money out of it, and now we got into thin air that's being promoted, talking garbage, which I'm going to look at the next video here and talk about that actually, which is clearly just a balloon. Okay, so that was the animal response thing. You can, I'll post a link to that about the sniffer dogs, or tracker dogs, SR dogs, I call them, search and rescue, scent. There we go. And I'll close that down. In fact, how's the time go? Okay, yeah, time's going on a wee bit, but that's alright. It's our last day before Christmas, and I'm not too sure the next one's going to be. But yeah, yeah, that one I did post. Mick West having fun laughing at Ben Hansen's spotlights. What a fool that guy must feel. And here's the GUFON one that's promoting the new shills that I was talking about. And they are Alien Girl and Into Thin Air. They're the new ones that are trying to build their channel up to 8,000 subs like these guys. So let's just play the clip here. I might have to roll back a wee bit.
Well, it's...
Now I think even GUFON gets this one right. He doesn't get them all right, but he does get occasionally some right. Although his he doesn't do any analysis on it like I do. And he's just guessing, not proven. When you prove something, you bring up a pattern matching like I do and overlay it. And you zoom in and filter it and that sort of stuff, and he doesn't do any of that. But you see there, even on that, it looks like it's a tear-shaped balloon, right? So let's keep winding it back to where it starts.
Oh.
I might have to up it.
No.
I think his volume's low.
You can't come in here. Oh, ha, it didn't work. Hey, I'm David Wilcock.
He's got shiny false teeth there. Yeah, okay, he's doing a David Wilcock routine. Let's just move on a bit. I just don't like that guy. But you know that. So this is the one.
Williams, who goes by the evil...
So this guy's voice instantly pisses me off. So people, yeah, he's trying to sound like a newsreader, someone important. Hi there, Lynn, how you going, matey? We got some video here to show you of a balloon, but we're going to call it a UAP because we can't say that word because we don't get subscribers and make money from it.
Evel Knievel 68 handle on YouTube. I will leave his link and video in the description box below. But I gotta say, we have a lot to break down in this video.
And I will tell you what it really is. And Paul from the Out There channel. Okay.
So just a quick background. Jason filmed this video on
It's a bird.
No. In the first second of this video, I would have said it's a letter miler balloon. But yeah, we'll just carry on.
It's a balloon!
In London, England, on his way home from work. Kidding. And we're going to be taking a look.
So you remember the ends of a Milo balloon for number letter, where it sort of looks like it might be two things. It's actually, we're looking at the end of a letter, like a letter U, where it's reflecting off the endpoints of the letter. So let's just keep on playing it.
Got an object he filmed, but the first
it's
thing
all
I want
jokes,
to do
baby.
is just point out a specific.
It's all jokes.
Of course, if it was a UFO, why is it not doing some crazy maneuvers, and why is it spinning around like it's traveling in the wind?
Flash that took place as he was zooming into the object. You may have seen it just there. Now, this simply could have been his camera adjusting at that moment, but...
Okay, the flash looks like a camera adjustment, doesn't it, on exposure, right? But it could be that the sun come from behind the cloud there. Let's play that back a wee bit. Let's see. Where's the sun on it?
So we could take one more look before we then zoom in on this.
Okay, there's the flash. I think the sun got brighter, didn't it? And the camera adjusted.
Object, and I gotta say, this has got me completely baffled. Another thing to point out while filming this.
So this guy is trying to talk about UFOs and he's completely baffled. That's disaster right there, right?
Jason had his phone in the upright position, which is...
He means portrait, like all Drongo's filming.
That's why you're seeing that 9:16 view, but we're going to get way in there and we're going to see some amazing movements by this object that may seem like it's moving around a lot, but when you actually look at the
guy's moving and the balloon is moving.
Zoomed out version, this thing is barely leaving the spot from which you...
So if you look over here, they put some filters in, really major filters, so you can't see none of the clouds. So they've really dimmed the contrast right down and the brightness up or something.
It was filmed, so keep that in mind.
See here, it looks like a letter U or V balloon. You can see how it's moving
As
in the
we
wind.
zoom in, we are seeing the
See that there? We're seeing the ends of it now.
movements in a little more drastic fashion. Now, as you can see,
look, the V shape.
in this clip, I've made the background a little darker so you can make out the actual object. And
so that's why it looks like a tear shape, because it's turned in a certain angle there, where you're seeing the reflection of the end, but you're also seeing some reflection of the V shape as it's gone upwards.
Some of its movements. We're going to look at both the
and you can see suddenly it's changed shape already.
Original movements.
And it's on a tilt again.
We're going to add some effects and contrast, and we're going to check out some of the drastic movements that this object is making.
A shapeshifter equals balloon.
All while pretty much sitting in the same exact spot.
There you go, look.
When taken into account that the video was filmed.
Of course, GUFON will say that's a string, but it's not. So it's just the reflection has changed. And the angle of the V-shaped letter balloon. So we're looking at something like this. V-shaped mylar balloon. Okay, let's just get that one up. I'll just minimize the mixer here. So it'd be one of these, right? Fairly obvious, and they can be quite big, some of these letters. They can go up to 40 inches quite easily. There you go. I didn't even have to do a search on it. Straight there, right away. So it looks like it. You get 18-inch, smaller ones, 6-inch. Sounds like we're talking dirty talk. We get ones as big as 40 inches. Whoa. 26-inch one, there you go. So I don't even have to research it, just come all up here. So that's what we're looking at, guys. And it's overexposed because of the sun and the crappy camera called a smartphone. Yeah. Even in the live audience, no one asks for any proof. Live audience on GUFONs, you mean? He doesn't prove what he says, does he? That's the problem. I get my money from working, recording UFOs is a labour of love. Yeah, but by giving your videos to frauds, you're actually making them quite a bit of money out of it. And you're giving them some real legit footage, right? That's my problem here, 18. And of course, on my Discord it says the rules are not to associate with anyone in the blacklist, because we're a research group and we don't support these frauds. And if you don't think he's a fraud and you've known him for years, then I don't know what you've been investigating, what he's been showing you, but clearly you haven't. And he's a big mate with everybody that gives him material, of course. He's mates with that Steve Barone guy. He's an utter shill, right? Films car headlights, bike headlights on the road, mountains around him. Films airplanes in holding patterns that look like UFOs going around in circles. Films police helicopters. Ambulance helicopters picking up people that have had heart attacks or whatever. You can see them lowering stuff down. You can see helicopters from building sites even. And yet he's still mates with that guy. He's never analysed any of his videos, put up plane finder, hasn't taught anyone to use the apps to verify stuff. I can't, because I haven't got the money to buy the gold license to be able to scroll back 3 years or whatever it is they allow you to do, which sometimes is not enough. It costs a lot of money to fund these apps. It's not free. But I did actually pay out my pocket $30 for a plane finder. I've only used it a couple of times, but that's the problem. They don't have a prescription that says 100 uses, right? You don't force you to log in each time that you're going to use it so they can count 100. They could do something like that and just charge you $10 a whole year or $5. And you just buy how many views you want instead of time duration. They won't make as much money from it. They know it. But anyway, this is what we're looking at. Gold 40-inch V shape probably. Although it could be any size because we've got no perspective here really. Let's just keep it going.
In a 9x16.
So there's a V shape there. You can see it turning
format, and you. Anybody want to take a guess?
Yep. I didn't take a guess. I can see what it is.
I already know, but I'll keep playing it, just seeing if you guys think you know what it is. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah.
You could barely see it moving on screen. Now this next part I'm going to enhance, but you literally see this thing dematerialize and then reappear. Now this
so that's because the camera's obviously the light's changed a wee bit and the camera's not getting the same reflection of it.
This was one of the most amazing.
Okay, something's happened there with the light that's reflecting off it. That's why the camera can't see it.
Parts of this video that caught my eye that I had to show you.
And it's probably rotated as well, maybe in a certain different way. Maybe one side it's got some blackness on it, maybe with happy birthday or something on it. Who knows? But if it's a letter balloon, it probably hasn't. So more likely the light changed the sun through the clouds, so you can see it's really overcast.
No, it's not a drone. It's a balloon.
GUFON's got it right.
And the reason it looks like it's going in and out of reality because it's twisting and turning and not reflecting the sun the same way on one side as it would the other.
And you can see how small it is on the camera here. And of course, you got to remember this is cropped by into thin air from portrait mode, so it's even worse.
Also, we are probably not using the best of cameras, so pixelation
Pixels.
and oversaturation and improper lighting and not the proper settings, you'll get that type of video. This, to me,
and yet they're promoting into thin air like he's a team panel member. Go and sub to him, he knows what he's talking about.
screams balloon, but I'm not there, so
He's not there, and it's so fairly obvious it's a balloon and vortex winds there.
you can never know 100%. Even if you see a string, it's not a string. It could be the tail from the lizard people. Forget that one.
And we're going to look at it.
They got
in
an
different
answer for
effects and
everything,
in different
kids.
views, but it is quite incredible to actually see this thing dematerialize and then reform right in front of our eyes. And you also see some sort of black flicker. It then reappears for a split second in a totally separate area, only to reform and then almost morph into two different orbs. I'll enhance this more and we will watch it again, but it's simply incredible how you see it dematerialize and then reform in another spot, and then we get this image here of two
Terrible,
separate
isn't it?
orbs.
Terrible. He's just trying to think of the words to say without actually upsetting and insulting the guy. I think he's on the side chat at the same time. I think he might be there. Let's see, is he on the side chat listening? He might. Sometimes he is, sometimes he's not. So is GUFON going to train him up at his university about balloons? Maybe he should pass it through the panel before he makes it into a final video, see what they think, you know. It's just garbage, isn't it? Dorothy, another dotty person. This sack diecast, he's a bad guy, really bad guy. He used to come follow me on the side chat and then turn all nasty when GUFON started showing up causing trouble on the side chat. These people are weed heads, mental problems, I think.
After the video, I'll show you.
And as the video continues, it to take these different shapes, disappearing once again, almost in a way reminding me of some sort of organic life form. But then again, based on the footage we have now and all the enhancements we can do, we are still left wondering what this could possibly be. The fact that it seems to dematerialize does not look like it's falling behind the clouds at all, which kind of eliminates the balloon effect. Not to mention, as I said, because it's originally filmed in a 9:16 format, and when watching it in that view, this,
especially here on the left, this is a very, very, very common altitude you're seeing. If you can see the little white dot, it's under the clouds. These clouds are anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000, probably around 3 to 4. They're not that high. So you will easily see a white, light colored balloon, because you have a nice gray background. That's why I love cloudy days.
So I'm not sure how much more we can stand on this one.
Into Thin Air does such a good job, though.
Shill, promoting Shill.
So I give him credit for doing the analysis and giving his opinion.
The analysis was just total bollocks. He means doing video editing on it, maybe, enhancements. Because he's too lazy to do it.
So let's finish it off here.
Format, and when watching it in that view, this thing is barely moving. It's only when you zoom in that you see it making these movements and all these different...
Yeah, well, I think we're done with that one, aren't we? I think that's pretty much it for that case. Just showing you, it's just garbage what they're putting up. Anyway, what's the time? And you can see the big rain clouds are just missing us here. That might be the thunderstorm that was meant to come our way. Is it going to come down? This thing here, is it? Or this one here, overnight. Probably when the dog wants to go out for a walk, that's generally when it happens. Oh yeah. So, not sure if there's anything else we can really look at. I didn't plan anything. I was just going to do a review of that 411 business. And, what 3 hours down. Does anyone want to come on the side chat or anything? Just open it up. I think it will work as long as we don't do too much. But I got a feeling I might have to update the browser there. I think something's going on. I think it's been alright with the no crackle and the video's been playing right. But I won't know until I play it back, I guess, unless you guys said it was crackling while it was playing and I was zooming in, because that's when I use most of the CPU. So if I zoom in here, looks like I got that open and over top. Let me just drop that down. If I zoom in, it goes sideways. You can see the CPU is still pretty high there, but still you can see when the magnifier, when I don't move it, it drops right back down. And I don't think it's crackling. Does it crackle when I move it around? Because that's when the CPU was hitting like 100% when we had GABA on the side. So something's changed there. I think it might have been having the side chat up at the same time. What have we got here? I once got abducted by alien. He was an illegal name. Who approved that? Was that approved? That's a troll there. Alright. Can't have that. No. That was terrible. Someone trolling me. And someone approved it. Who approved it? You got a spanner, Len. I think you're the only one that has. Did you actually hit the wrong button, not reading it first? Yes, but did you hear him admit he was making it up? You're talking about Corey Good again? Or you're talking about Secureteam. He admitted to it too, but most of his fans clearly haven't. They were abducted and went from a window and up a UFO. What are you talking about? We missed something here. Let me see if I can catch up. In the doc on the woman did not pass the lie detector test. Or it comes out inconclusive because they're not really sure of the memory, right? It's a bit like mine when I had the alien grey sticking a needle in me. I can't prove anything, and I just question in my mind, but I know it wasn't a dream at the time because I wanted to get up and move and touch the light and turn it on and stuff, and I couldn't touch lights. Normally if I wake up from a dream I can do that, and I can get up for a pee and all that sort of stuff normally. Woman with big high hair and the man males doing the tests. Yeah, I think I recall looking into that one, only briefly though. A man with 9 cats and 2 women claimed they were often abducted. What, the cats or the people? They were abducted and went through a window and up to the UFO. Well, again, it's a good story, but there's no evidence of it. And if they didn't pass a lie detector test, then that sort of puts a lot of doubt on it, doesn't it? from their own flats. I think if we could get access to all the research done by ERT, then we could see how many people go through windows and through roofs, and how many of those turned out to be liars and all that sort of stuff, right? Yes, but to hear him admit he was making it all up in court was special, I mean. Yeah. Confession documentary, yes. We need more of those, obviously. This film focused on one of Britain's most unusual phone-based services, the anonymous mind management. Yeah, you probably could talk to Robert Farmer when he comes on next live show, hopefully. He's probably aware of most of those cases. He would be able to tell you whether it was bullshit or not. But he's going to bring us the Kent case, he said, that he's been looking into. So we'll see what happens. Was set up for people who claim to have... Yeah, you're talking about that. What else we got here? Including a housewife who claims to be the most abducted person in Britain. Yeah. You think you should be able to somehow capture evidence of that, though, shouldn't you? Now, if I was being abducted all the time, you'd think I'd be trying to find ways to catch them out, right? Even if I made a Faraday cage and hidden cameras, or got someone to install a camera but not tell me where it is, because if it's not in your head, they can't read it out of your mind, right? Put a camera across the road. If all the cameras gone out, that's kind of like some sort of crazy evidence, right? If it's in a locked car filming all night long, which you can do now with 4G and 3G, if you want to pay for it, I guess. America, they've got it nice and cheap, though. Unlimited data. In New Zealand, we're still yet to get there. David Adair, another grifter. Yes. You know, I got hacked over that guy. It's got so many dislikes on it, but since Google's got rid of it, you don't see the dislikes anymore. But let's see if I can find that one. Talking about Adair. I did some clips, and Google won't promote them. And I took it from this really old video. I should really do an update, but I did play one of his interviews without any copyright strike, which was quite amazing. But maybe because my video quality was so bad back then, it didn't get flagged. But if we go in here, he does this interview, which I won't play just in case.
Yeah,
that's of Google lets you. So we listen to the interview, and then I break it down and talk about the science of it, of rockets. That no way could he have designed a rocket that took off so fast that it literally would melt the aluminium shell within seconds. Well, maybe not that long. Maybe after 30 seconds or a minute or whatever. But yeah. I haven't got any indexes on it. It's a really old video. It's using that Hangouts on air that corrupts all the font. Yeah, anything after stream 25, there was problems with Hangouts. It was nice and easy to set up and launch and all that, but it wasn't the right thing to use. I should have used Minicam back then. Properly, you know. This is one of the interviews. I think maybe because I had it on a small window, it made a difference. It does seem that if you have it in a certain size, it doesn't get flagged. So I don't know. We don't know how the robots look for copyright material, but yeah, I did this one here. I'll post a link to it. It goes back a wee way here. I think I did actually add a bookmark to this, but you can see that Google screwed them up a wee bit. But yeah, David's there. But it's not the right format. We used a different method before they added the bookmark system on. But anyway, it did work. Just got to scroll down here. Looks like my thing was stuck. Oh God. Okay, we got to oh God. Yes, smart ass troll. Yeah, hits the wrong button. That's alright. Even the men in black have died of boredom. Yeah, that's right. Although I had some problems today, maybe that was them trying to connect to me and slow my computer down. Who knows? I think there's backdoors in Windows 10. He once claimed his engine could go 1,000,000 times speed of light. I haven't heard that claim, but I have actually got the numbers he said in the video here, and I plugged it into calculations and asked also other people, and they come up to the same conclusion that his rocket he claimed was doing 100 Gs, which is impossible, because even the latest hypersonic missiles can only do 30 Gs maximum, I think, before they snap in half, right? So it's complete bullshit. And if he could do that in the 70s in a garage, why hasn't he built a duplicate? Because he makes up these excuses that the government will steal it and reverse engineer it and use it for their next hypersonic missile. These people are just total shills. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things you can build into it where it self-destructs, right? Even a remote controlled trigger, but then that would be like a bomb, right? A rocket is technically a bomb anyway. You could, and if you could guide it, then it technically falls under illegal stuff in America, because then you got a guide bomb, right? Technically. Even if you fly a missile straight into a house and it blows up, that is still a weapon where you can burn down the house and kill people, even without explosive head on it. But he's claiming to be a fusion engine in it, which is a load of bollocks. They've only just managed to get some 100-watt light bulb energy from a fusion reactor that they've been working on for the last 20, 30 years. So yeah, this guy's total bullshit. A kid, and he's meant to be like a super genius kid that worked in the garage. But anyway, let's just have a look. Did I post a link to that yet? Don't think I said. Yeah, I disposed him, but you'd be surprised how many dislikes I get on that guy. It's just hilarious. People saying I don't know what I'm talking about. He claimed that he met Stephen Hawkins before he got too sick and was in the wheelchair. And yet Hawkins has never, or Hawken I should say, has never mentioned the guy, ever. Yeah, it was all a cover up, blah blah blah. You know, people just keep making excuses. I think here he can prove what he's saying by actually building one. Even if he builds it in secret and then launches it and has people from all sorts of places filming it and looking inside it, and then he could prove it. I'm pretty sure he could without the government getting their hands on it. Londa Moulton Brown, another journal grifter. You mean Linda Moulton Howe? Yeah, so let's just have a look. I don't think I got too many views on this one. It is pretty old though. But you'd think it would have... alright, it's actually got over 1,000 views on it now. It's been around for a while though, and it's the most searched one on Google. For some reason, Google allows this one to be searched. I don't understand why, but it was 4 years ago, and it's only got 1,000 views on it. And 11 thumbs up, you know. But if we could see the stats on this one... I don't know if I can show you. It's a shame to get rid of the thumb thing now, doesn't it? It's just so stupid. It really is. It's probably got a couple hundred dislikes on it. Let's see. Studio. Can I get the studio link up? Studio. Where is it? Yeah. Can I open up a new tab? Okay. Okay, this is the control panel. Ah, they've been playing around with it again. Ah, I lost another sub. Talking about Paulides, I've lost another sub. Another person that joined and then get all upset. I don't know. I don't care. I really don't care. I know it's a lost cause. There's no way I can educate people and tell people not to send their videos to frauds because it really looks bad for them and it aids the frauds. What can you do, you know? I'm going to upset people because I call a spade, and that's simply it, you know? And I prove it as well, beyond doubt. So, yeah, how can we get to video analysis, channel content? Okay, I'll do that one. So yeah, you can see here, none of the shorts have ads on it. We can't turn it on. And Google gets all the money from the shorts, right? Oh shit, my phone's turned on. Google's listening in. And go here, you can see 3 views on Sony Color Night Vision setup. 3 views, and I reckon there's no likes on that one, which I find a bit strange. Because normally I put a test one on there, so 1 shows up. 2 likes, 3 likes. 1 like, 1 like, 1 like, 1 like, 1 like, 2 likes, 1 like. It's just ridiculous, you know. Anything to do with Skinny Bob just gets a lot of hate. But no views. Look, only views I get is on stupid things. Well, actually not stupid things, but more non-UFO stuff, right? Gets the views. Anything to do with UFOs, ghosts, paranormal. 0 views almost, you know. Exposing liars or frauds. Tyler has probably got the least views. Because Google's got to protect them. So yeah, how do we search this thing and find... So at least this tells us the dislikes, right? This gives us a number that we used to get on the public. Filter. Title. What did I have in the title? David or Adair. Let's just put that in. Does it come up in that list? There it is here. That one there, isn't it? Investigated and debunked. 2 hours. And let's have a look. Oh, look. Oh, right. I thought it would have a lot more dislikes than that. 13 likes, it reckons, there, but we only see 11 on the main page. So that's a bit strange, isn't it? And 29 dislikes. That's how many believers are out there. These are the guys that go to contact in the desert and suck up his stories of bullshit, and they got no knowledge of science or doing maths or calculations. Yeah, you know, on this interview, on that episode, he says he goes up to the UFO and looks in and realizes, oh, it's using the same technology as my fusion rocket. Bullshit. No one can look inside a crashed UFO or one that's been opened up or whatever and say, oh yeah, that's the same as technology as I use. I can repair that. Okay, so there you go, guys. I'd like to see the stats on other people's, but they won't show you. And of course you've seen that I don't make much money from this either, right? So you go back to the dashboard here. It normally tells you your month's earnings, $10, guys. And that's with super chats added in from who I thought might have been on with us today. Mr. King, but he's not around, right? And if I go to analysis, this is behind the scenes, guys. You don't normally get to see this. I should have really normally do that for my special membership, you know, they get to see behind the scenes. For the last, is that the month? 28 days, I've lost 5 subs. Because truth really matters to those guys, right? I should be getting thousands of subs saying thank you for bringing reality to the field. These people are just nuts. As soon as you get on their back or just repeat some old stuff that you did 5 years ago onto shorts, and they all unsub and go crazy on you. 5,000 views for the month. That's pretty good because the shorts have actually upped that by at least 3,000 views a month. So we are getting some views, but it's not on the UFO stuff. It's on the other stuff I do, electronics, reviews, and all that sort of business. But yeah, you can go up here and just change it to lifetime, and you'd expect me to be getting 100,000 a year or something, wouldn't you? No, just a measly 688 in 7+ years, right? What's that work out? Barely $100 a year. It's just a bare bones minimum to help fund the memberships, and it doesn't even pay for the technology I've bought. If it wasn't for John buying the laptop here to replace my other one, that was a Borgware one. You've seen the video of me showing you it before it got sort of dismantled. But I actually did pull it bits again and had it working nicely, and I was going to give it to JD88. I said, look, you can just use it as long as you keep the power connected. And guess what? The power stopped working on it. Oh no. So something else in the motherboard just died just as I was going to give it to him. And I said, oh look, though I've got an external charger for the battery and it still runs off battery, but you have to charge it that way and you only get like 2 hours every time. So I said you hibernate it and then switch the battery and then bring it back up again. Just keep the batteries keep cycling around. And I said get a third one, that will really help. I don't think he did though. But yeah, the laptop was like i7, so it was only 4 cores. But yeah, it had a bad mix of solder on it. I found out after warranty period. After warranty, they put out this report from the factory saying, oh, someone mucked up the solder mix. So when it got up to too hot temperatures around the CPU and especially the GPU, it would just melt and drip from the hole and not make contact anymore around the components. And that's basically what it was doing. It was gradually dying. So first of all, I lost the ability to charge the battery, and then after that another month or so passed, and then I lost my 3G graphics ability on it, the NVIDIA chip, and then I had to go back just to use an Intel, and it just got slower and slower and slower. And John decided, my old co-host, just to give me a new laptop. But unfortunately, it's still not fast enough. But we did manage another 3 years on this laptop, so we got a fair use out of it. So that's a big. And because he gave me the laptop, I decided to use most of this money here. In fact, probably a lot of it I gave away as merchandise to a lot of the helpers and things of the channel, who have mostly gone on their way. So, you know, I did actually give Plex a couple of vouchers, because he helps out on Discord every week, right? And he does some research and post up links for the show and stuff. So I have given some vouchers to him for that. Unfortunately, I got no money to do that this year. You know, if I was making lots of extra money, as I said to Gabba, I said, look, see how next year goes. I'll help you fund one of those sonic cameras for your sky watching. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. You know, we got Lotto tonight. Fingers crossed. It's $6 million. So I'd be happy if I only get 100,000 would help out really. But yeah, once you get that big money, then you lose the support from the government, of course. This is always the way it happens, right? So even if you use that money to buy a house to help you out financially, they'd expect you to also be living off that, blah, 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 and all that sort of business. It gets too complicated. Yeah, so anyway, there you go. At least I'm honest. And no analysis from what I've seen. You know, people saying they have it in a separate bank account and they don't use it, and the money will go towards the channel. I just think they're just bullshitting, you know who I'm talking about. GUFON was saying the same thing. How come it won't scroll up now? What's going on there? Oh, there we go. So yeah, David Adair for you. See, that's what you brought up, so I'm pretty sure I've uploaded that one on BitChute. I'm not sure on Rumble. I think I might have done, because a lot of the old ones, because of the crappy live stream software using back then from Google that corrupted the fonts, I didn't tend to really like to reshare those ones, you know. But yeah, it just shows I got these guys debunked going back a long time. Bob Lazar, is that the... No, that's not the one. What was that lady's name? Andrea, or whatever her name was, with the blue military coat aliens with boots on. What was her name? Some strange name, and she was American as well, but obviously her background would be somewhere in the east, like Ukraine or somewhere like that. Andrea. I wonder if we can do star on the end. Can't remember how you spell a name. Is that a star? It's hard to see. Is that the one? No, doesn't look like it. I think we did it with Robert. Rob. What was their first name? Aliens. Let's just put that in. Let's see. There'll be a few of those, I'd say. But let's look for the thumbnail. We should be able to see the blue suited aliens on a thumbnail, I think. See, at least I use legit thumbnails of what's in the show, right? And I've never seen any other people do that. They do all these flashy things with colours and arrows, and me, I just keep it simple. Title underneath and a screen snapshot of something that appears in the show. Normally I have to re-edit after I do a live show to do that though. See, that was another good one we did here, the Day Loft Pass one. Well worth having a watch of that one. I think it's up on all the alt media too if you want to look. We did cover a lot on that one. That one was a good one. How the military, they found military documents that proved they knew there were dead people up there before it even made to the rescuers. So yeah, there was definitely some cover up that went there. I'll just catch up on the side comments while I'm here. David Adair. debunks himself. If you have even basic understanding of physics, yeah, rocket, well, material science and rockets, speed, you know, G-forces, right? You have to wonder how these folks were educated. I have to feel that they're attention seekers, but I don't know how they sleep at night, because they must toss and turn and think of all the money they're making is done by conning people, you know. The Nazi blonde. Good Nazi blonde. Another grifter. Yep. And of course she's using her looks to sell, you know, body looks, sex appeal and all that sort of business. I just hate people like that. The information and facts should sell site, but we found that doesn't work. Facts and truth doesn't sell. It's like that guy that Steve Cambion keeps going on. He got him interested in UFOs. Well, all the stuff that guy promoted clearly is debunked and solved now, and by me as well. That Guardian case is 100% a combine harvester with big floodlights on the front, and you can find, I found lots of examples, you know. It doesn't take too much rocket science there. And that guy's going to do another documentary on it, for Christ's sake, to make more money off it. No one's debunked this, you know, and even though I've sent him the links, I've sent him an email to my stuff, he's never replied back. I bet he'll still make the documentary saying it's not been debunked, and we still think it's an alien craft. Oh, right, we just forgot to mention that Paul from New Zealand has solved it. That Bruce Maccabee couldn't solve it, but Bruce, even though he was really truthful, he said it was definitely a real thing in the video. It's not computer generated. Could be something on the back of a truck. I think he said that. At least he was fairly honest about it all, but he said he doesn't know what it was. So, you know, it took someone like my mind, you know, not everybody's created equal, right? Everybody has their strengths, and that. And mine is pattern recognition and figuring out stuff. But I have actually taught myself to do that in the last 7 years. I sort of got really slack after I left school and thought all the stuff here that I learned in the past would never be needed. But now I'm finding I do need some of that stuff that I've now forgotten, where I was like an A+ student, you know, or maybe not A+, but A student, B+ student. Yeah, I do like other people that's got some common sense and brains to actually come along and actually add some extra to my stuff. That's perfectly fine by me, as long as they don't claim ownership to the solution, which some people do. Anyway, got sidetracked again, haven't I? I was looking for that one with the lady, crazy lady. That was I laughed that show too. See if I can find the image of it. I'm not sure what her name was. Maybe I can Google it and maybe it'll come up. Okay, we've got one here with strange insectoids. That one got demonetized because we had images of alien painted on a canvas, nude or something, and Google refused to give me ad money on it. I sort of appealed it, and they said, nah, it still stands. Because it had a nude breasts on a painted canvas. It wasn't even a photograph. Stupid. And of course, I list myself as an adult channel, right? So anyone that's in the age bracket should be able to see painted breasts on a canvas. Don't Google go around London and see the old-fashioned paintings they used to do. They're just like photographs as well. Talks alien abductions. I wonder if that was it. keep on going. I haven't seen, I'm pretty sure I got a picture of the aliens in the blue suit. Ah, the men in black. Yeah, that's always a good topic. Yeah, started with Bender. Remember? Bender. And the ghost box he invented, where he was talking to the aliens through the radio. They were talking to him through the radio, but somehow they were picking up what he was saying, not through the radio, but through other means. But it could have been paranormal, that one, Bender case, because he was doing it in a loft. So much interesting cases here. See, that's what the Roswell UFO actually looked like, right? Which kind of looks like, if you look at some of the Nazi patents for their single wing planes, which weren't very stable. I think that's what Arnold saw, was one like this, and one was like a letter D. Looks so much like one of the Nazi designs. I think, oh no, one looked like the letter D, and the other ones looked like these flying crescents, right? So I think someone had brought back the paperclip guys, and they were researching the old jet technology, which may have gone somewhere, you know, it might have gone into the triangle craft development, right? We just don't know. And that might have been the D-shaped one that may have crashed into Roswell, and they may have been flying the test wing and it went wrong. And it just crashed. Again, we just don't know. Because the government won't release all their documents on it, right? See, I was a bit more skeptical back then, but I'm less skeptical now because of my own experiences, right? That sort of changes your world view a wee bit, and thinking, am I losing my mind? Have I been doing UFOs too much? Or was that a real visitation I had, and why were they here? And I think it was they were trying to help me, because the pain in my back was so crippling. That I couldn't move very much anymore, and I had to keep taking the dog out for a walk because the doctor kept saying keep exercising, but it wasn't making anything, and I'd be lucky to even make it back to the front door, just doing a route up the street and back. It was really, really bad. And then that thing that happened to me happened, and then I had that where this big lump that kept oozing pus for a month or so. In my back, and it's disappeared, and of course the next day I woke up after that as well, and all that back pain was gone, and I didn't need to take any hardcore drugs. So to me that was a real thing that happened, and maybe they tried to cure me, but then I got onto these other pills which made me sick again for the eyes, because I didn't fix my eyes. Maybe next time I find needles in my eyes, wake up with needles stuck in my eyes, who knows? And all the cameras offline in the house, or something gone wrong, you know. So yeah, do I keep looking through here, or do I do a Google search for it? Look, I just don't know. I just, you know, more and more I look into it, more and more strange stuff that happens to me. It's just so confusing. It really is. And of course all the fraud stuff out there is just not helping get the answers we're after. How anyone can think this lady was being genuine, I don't know. You know, GUFON attacked me over it, saying, he thinks it was static. It's not a digital camera. No, you damn idiot. I know more electronics than you'll ever do. God, that guy's a complete moron. Yeah, so I'm not seeing it popping up. Oh, there's the other shill there. Mr. Greer movie analysed. Yeah, there's lots of aliens I looked at here. This one's a really good one. I think I actually found that suit online in that episode as like a kid's costume. Have a look at that one. It's well worth having a look at. Alien or costume. Costume. No, I spelled it wrong, didn't I? Costume. Right, something like that. Metal Gaming. Roswell was not a boomerang UFO. No, it wasn't. The one that crashed was the D UFO. It was elongated around and it had a hole in the side after the crash. So they claim. But yeah, if you wanted to have a look at the Roswell stuff I covered, because I looked at all that. There was another sighting of the Roswell craft, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember what the guy's name was now. You just have to watch this stuff. Like I said, I've covered it all. People that join don't go back over the old stuff. Of course, a lot of it has got solutions in time, like the Turkey UFO incident, right? I eventually looked into that. People said it was internal camera lens, and I couldn't see it myself until I looked into it and started actually piecing it together and actually making a video on it, and then proving it for myself that 100% they're correct. But the people that were saying it was internal lens, they were really bad at explaining it, and it takes someone like me to be able to do it on an editor and overlay stuff, which they don't do. Yeah, that woman's not coming up. But yeah, if you type in Roswell, I'll see if I can find here in a minute. It's a good one to listen to as well. I know people don't listen to them even if I recommend them, but... So, Robert Roswell Witness, that was another good one too. But I think I got a playlist with all those ones, but maybe I haven't added them on to playlist. It's busy. Let's have a... I think I did have a playlist for it. But that's all you have to do, is just put in keywords there and actually see what comes up. So that's a good one to watch. Roswell memo findings. That's another one I did when I analysed the memo, and it actually does talk about a disk crash. And I think it talks about cover-up, about using balloons in it. So yeah, it's one of my old videos again, where I did analysis on some new HD scans from a TV show. They couldn't figure it out, but I sort of looked at it and tried to figure it out. Well, memo. Definitely something happened there and they covered it up. To me, it reads like we took the disc away to, what was it, Edwards Air Force Base for further analysis. I think that's what it says in the memo. Then it talks about cover story. They talk about CV. It looks like the letter CV and cover. Maybe cover something V. It means something in military abbreviations. And then it talks about the balloon, that they were launching balloons and it had crashed and all that sort of stuff, and the rest of the memo. From that Ramsey guy, was it? Robert Roswell alien again. Roswell meta material. So it looks like my one. What's that one? Roswell connection. Roswell leaks. Stanton Freeman. part 2 plus Roswell incident, so that's one of the good ones. Yeah, I was just thinking that Stanton Freeman sounded too good to be true, so I started doing some background research because no one dared to do that because I got hated about it, right? And I found he almost slipped up on an interview saying that he had never worked on nuclear engines. Turns out he was actually just a lab boy in the back room that was analysing soil samples and compounds. He wasn't actually working on the nuclear engine as such. He was looking at the findings, you know, the leftovers. But yeah, he said in the interview to Martin that I almost got to work on a real nuclear case, right? And he slips up and Martin tries to narrow him down on it. And they sort of changed topic. He realised he slipped up. But yeah, it's funny. I found this thing where he was saying, ask me any question on Reddit, right? And every question was, oh, go and read my book. Here's the link to buy it. And people were getting pissed off. It was hilarious. You think for a clever man, he should have realised that was going to backfire big time on him. But yeah, he's a good guy. He's one of the more honest researchers out there, though. And he did spend a lot of time on it. But I think he got a bit hoodwinked by people like Linda Moulton Howe and some of the other big names, which I won't say, but because they'll upset people. Yeah, I kind of like Stanton, though. I think he got really abused by that Corbell guy. Attacking him about him talking about Bob Lazar not being a real scientist. I think Stanton was dead on the money there. He was like me, you know, part-time electronics doing dabbling here and there. I think that's what he was doing. For sure, he could build things and modify things, but him being a real scientist per se, no. So yeah, Stanton called him out on that, but yeah, Corbell in the interview was really bad to the guy. But I really like Stanton because he never ever overcharged his worth on stage, right? Everybody would always charge maximum dollar and pay for hotel rooms for them to be there while they're at their conference for the week or whatever. He would always go and sleep on someone's couch or pay his own motel room out of the money they were paying him. And of course, whatever he quoted is what they were willing to pay. But yet other people on the stage were getting paid 5 times more money and they weren't as good as him. But the thing with Stanton, though, he tended to always repeat himself, and half the presentation on what he was going to talk about is lost, talking about his past, you know. He was always talking about he's a nuclear engineer, and everybody already knew all that. They just wanted to get on to see what he found out on the new case. So he wasn't perfect, but he was a nice guy. One of the better guys in the field, right? And he did get caught out on a few things, which is laughable, but yeah, it's all a learning experience in this field, isn't it? Of course, Robert got really upset that I did that. Yeah, I'm always going to upset some people. Let's see. I was just trying to see what other ones we had here. Roswell. Oh, there's the other Stanton one. Rest in peace this time. Bruce Maccabee, who again is a super nice guy, no doubt about it, but he does get too heavily in the mathematics and physics side of things and loses people. But I think his conclusions are often wrong, although his facts are right, you know. But like the Trent mirror one, you know, where he faked it with a truck mirror, 100% mirror. His conclusion was that there was a real object again, and yet it had more light emitting from underneath it. And he said that was because of a strange weather phenomenon, not the obvious thing that it's a truck mirror that's reflecting more light from underneath back down again. So yeah, he was right, but his conclusion was totally wrong because he didn't see it as a truck mirror. And a lot of people don't see it as a truck mirror. It's only till they watch my stuff and see, oh yeah, it's definitely a truck mirror. Whereas there's the guy in a truck that's got those type of mirrors, you know. And Skinny Bob's another one I get attacked over, you know. I keep saying, well, there's the real eyes of Skinny Bob, and they say, oh, it's been photoshopped. And I keep telling them, no, it's from a Reddit post where he'd taken out frames of the original video, the best quality that was around. And he found one frame that could be lightened enough where you could actually see the eyes. In fact, I actually did my own filtering on it, no Photoshop, just to bring out the eyes even more. That's why the head's faded away here, because it took a lot of change in the different brightnesses. But yeah, there you go. It's definitely either a small person with a latex mask on, wearing black contacts, and with a lot of makeup to make it look like they got big black eyes, right? You've seen the original footage. So I had some guy attacking me on Twitter saying, prove it, prove it, prove it. I said, I have. Go and watch the whole live video. That's just short that I posted of it. And they said, oh no, that's from a Photoshop edit. No. They probably took it from the guy on Reddit and whatnot, and redid the whole body and all that sort of stuff. I don't know what these people think they are, you know. Applying filters can add artifacts, yes, but it's not photoshopping. It's just playing around with all the blacks, different color blacks and whites on there, and trying to bring out the best quality image of it. So I said, looking at that whole video, in the end, my conclusion was it was emanations, you know, emanated, you know, where they wear the suits. I think I said it was partly that, maybe, or even mechanical puppets with latex mask on, or a little small person. It's a bit hard to really know how they did it. But the eyelid was up here, remember? The eyelid closes down over here, and he blinks. And it's right on the forehead where you wear a latex thing, like Star Wars used to do with Yoda, and the eyelid comes down. So I think they might have been sort of like puppeteers, even, like real people wearing masks, but some of it was controlled by a wire that runs down the back, and someone pushes it to do the fake eyelid blink. Because I don't think that one was done with CGI. Some of the other stuff in the same video was CGI. So it was done by a team of people, paid $100,000 probably back then, to produce the video that this woman was going to use for the disclosure thing. Whether to shill people, I don't know, but that's what it turned out to be. And it wasn't the only error I found in the video. I found at least 5 other major errors in the CGI processing of some of the other bits of it. And yeah, again, you probably would need to watch it. And you can normally get the link off the shorts to the full video by clicking on it underneath, but also post a comment and the side comments, right? Coolbell, disinformation agent. Yeah, always after money anyway. I don't know. He is disinformation, but I don't think he's on the payroll. But the government love him, probably. Coolbell is... so, like Lizzo, he exaggerated his job too. Who was that? Adair. Yeah. Stanton's... Yeah, oh, right, you're talking about Stanton, yeah. He did exaggerate. Everybody embellishes this CV a little, I think, to make themselves sound better. But he was a nuclear scientist, and he was kind contracted to do, you know, spectral analysis and all that sort of stuff on compounds. But he wasn't actually an engineer building the nuclear fusion or nuclear fission engines or whatever. But they said that they did actually try to run it in a big plane at the time, and it took most of the body off the aircraft. This portable nuclear thing. Imagine that flying over your head, you know. If people knew what was going on, they would be protesting and asking for government to be imprisoned and all sorts of things. But they were doing that. They were flying it over the desert, I guess, and desert areas, and over the sea or whatever, where it could crash and be retrieved or whatever. This nuclear power plant running in it, which I think is... They never stopped. I think they stopped the contracts and he lost his job eventually. They said it wasn't feasible and all that sort of stuff. Because to make the containment and the cooling effect, to make lots of energy from this nuclear thing, it was too dangerous. The radiation that was given off with the pilots would kill them and all that sort of business, right? I forgot what I posted before. Was it the Skinny Bob? Was that Skinny Bob one? I can't remember now. But anyway, like I said, I got a lot of stuff, you know, people just don't watch it. And even I was the first one to debunk Corbell. Because I was really suspicious of him, and then someone come out with a Reddit post talking about the errors in his movie and the claims he was making, and I said, yeah, I saw that too. About the FBI raid being looking for element 115, when it was really just looking for, what was it, thorium? Well, the compounds to make it anyway. That he was one of a few people in America where people could buy it from, and he got raided, and they started searching to see if it was Bob Lazar's business that made it and supplied it for the court case, right? So it wasn't anything to do with him being a UFO liar and grifting and running a brothel at the same time. What was that lady's name? Anyway, we just have a look. And UFO Dre. What was that last bit name? Andreas. I don't know. See what comes up. Here we go for time. Oh, I've got to get going. I know I just dribbled on for another hour, these guys. But yes, that's good. That some of you are interested in this stuff, because I was interested in it too, and just checking out people, and people obviously didn't appreciate it. You know, it's just too many gullible people in this field. Andrea, I can't remember how you spell a name. Was it thorium or thallium? I can't remember now. A bit like cambium, getting mixed up between the two. Was it thorium? I think it might have been thallium. Anyway, basically you mix it from two other chemicals or something in a certain preparation, and it works. What was her first name? Okay. Let's see, comes up. And Anderson. I saw something then. Anderson. No, it wasn't. Dre. UFO case. Any abductions? Maybe it's on there. Normally spells Andrea. Is that the one? No. I'm terrible, aren't I? It's a strange name. I remember that much. Oh, here we go. Is that the one? Andreessen affair. I think that might be it. What was her name? Andreessen. Looks like they're making money from it anyway. Investigating woman's abduction aboard a UFO. Is that the one with the blue suits? I think it is. Have we got a picture of them? Probably not. I'll just do a search on mine again. I'll just use that spelling. Andreessen. Okay. I'll just do a search on that. See what comes up. So right, once you got the right spelling, okay, we've got a couple hits coming up here. There we go. That's the icon I was looking for. There we go. Betty, yeah, that's the name. Here we go. And Luca, yeah, that's right. Linda Cordell. E.T. Abductions. They're the blue suited aliens. You got to watch that one. Robert talks about that with me. It's actually a good watch.
And it's really the weirdest damn temple in the world, but I'm not going to mention it to him.
And of course, what is it? Bud Hopkins got really fascinated with her, and I think he had an affair with her. I think maybe she had a real... What's it, that one? Oh no, that was that Cordell one. He had an affair with that one, I'm pretty sure, because his wife split up with him eventually, didn't she? Spent too much time with this woman. But I think her case might have been legit, because, but although we can't verify the people that saw her go through the window in New York apartment. Remember that one near Brooklyn Bridge? Anyway, it's a good one to watch. Copy thing. The other one of the Michael Jackson aliens, that's what I call them, is at the front here somewhere. Was that the one? The top, they always include both names though. Yeah, there we go. Did. So everybody likes Robert. When he left, they followed him, I think, to his Facebook group and his videos or whatever. They weren't interested in me. So I did Robert once a week, right, in the weekend, because he could only do midnight on Sundays, which is probably what's going to happen again. And Andreessen. Luca. Betty. There you go. Have a watch of that one if you've not watched it before. It's really, really good. A lot of stuff we did with Robert is really good. You should watch them. I think we've got over 100 episodes there, so definitely go and check out the playlist. It's definitely in the playlist. Robert Talks series. Robert Talks, I call it. UFO Cases series. Also mention it here too. Here's another picture. The Vermanas, also another fake. The script was faked in 1920s by some guy. The Indian researchers even found that information out. They found out the whole Vermana story was based on horseshit. So definitely it's worth looking into those if you believe in that kind of crap with the flying chariots. Yeah, I should actually make a short of that one, but it'll probably upset more people again. And I'll lose more subs, you know. That's how it happens, you know. I just can't win. I think that's not the best one. That might be the initial one. There's another one where they talked about nuclear war in India. It turns out to be a lot of porkers again. Nuke. I'll just put nuke in. The background radiation suggests there's no abnormality about nuclear weapons. Maybe that wasn't a good one to use. So much we've done, man. We're over 1,000 videos now, you see. It's just so much we've covered. And we only just... we had a lot more cases we could have done together. We were only just touching the surface on all those cases. At first we were trying to do the best ones with multiple eyewitnesses and, you know, the school kids and the nuclear silos and all that sort of stuff. And of course, who puts up garbage on this? Indian nukes and bananas was UFO man. Talking about they discovered one in a cave in Middle East. Total made up story it was. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I covered that too. Let's see. I gotta get going because I got dinner popping on. Yeah, come in now. Here we go, another one. I'll just wrap it up on there, guys. Anyway, I've got to get going. Have a nice Christmas and a New Year. I've got to figure out my finances, how much I can keep on doing on this stuff, and the way the computer's been running lately, something new that's happening. It's just going to drive me mad, man. Indian. Alright, I'll just put V in there. And bananas. Oh, I don't know how you spell it now. Anyway, that'll do. Yeah, Tommy T, good to see you, and Saitans, and Len, and who else we got? I think you're only 3 watching, right? Qvid, I think he left because we were having so much trouble with the audio, and it's crackling, made it unbelievable. But we got there in the end. Again, I think it might be something to do with Jitsi. Maybe I shouldn't have been having side chat today anyway, but it's good to see Gabba. Gabba always adds something to the show with his Aussie wits and stuff. People calling him a shill as well because he's talked about incredible stories, got no proof, you know, of his Egyptian aliens or lampshade heads, and also because he talks about hangs around Bruce Sees All and all that sort of stuff. So people are attacking me for having him on my credible show, saying that makes me a fraud too. But Gabba has said he knows the guy shills and lies and stuff, but he still finds he still likes to say hello on his side chat or whatever, you know. That's okay, you know, as long as he's not sort of believing all the rabbit hole stuff. He now sees, Gabba sees a lot of the rabbit hole stuff now, you see. And really I'm just trying to help Gabba too, see that, undo all the crap that he's been watching for years, you know. So yeah, at least Gabba has listened and he's adapted and he's made this guy watching better listening to me. I don't see him as a fraud because most frauds won't listen to you and they won't follow your recommendations and they won't stop going to fraud channels, you know. Anyway, I'm going to say ho ho, alien gone, go. You know, it's a whack-a-mole here. Whack-a-mole of this field. Good night, all. Merry Xmas and New Year. There we go, put it in there. And you hear me typing because it's a clicky keyboard, but I do like the keyboards. Yeah, I'm touch typing and I actually got every letter right there. It was just kind of amazing. Almost all right. I got ends New Year. But that's not too bad for me. I'll just end the Christmas lights here. Let's see how the credits go, because I think the intro was all garbled mess. Where's my panel? Here we go. Yay! It's working. Yeah, he's a bit of a strange guy. He was using a magnify images off his telescope or whatever, play LCD monitor it was. He was using a magnifier and then another camera to film it. Yeah, Lynn, great to see you for the special Christmas. It was a wee bit of a technical thing to get it going right though. More stressed than I needed today. And I probably got the volume too loud, have I? Yeah, you probably don't even hear me. Yeah, have a good Christmas everybody, stay safe on the roads, don't drink and drive please, and even just a mouthful, you know, it's just not worth it. Don't be a Paulides. Anyway, see what the new year brings, I guess. Hopefully some better news, less computer problems at least. Gonna have to look into that, but how, I don't know. Depression, the whole thing is. Where's my control panel gone? To end it. There.